You're in Braves country. You're in Braves country.
drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub call. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the man. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's good. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam, ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to Forrest. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
and gentlemen, welcome. We direct your attention now to home plate. Please remain standing. We call your attention to our bands here today. They will be jointly directed. And now, another fixture, our national anthem.
So proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Play ball! All right, you guys, let's listen up. We won a game yesterday. And if we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before. So let's see some hustle. Let's jack it up a little. I got a feeling things are about to turn around for us.
Good afternoon, Braves country, or good morning if you're not on the East Coast. Eastern time zone, I should say, as we welcome in YouTube, Country Club members. We're also sitting over on Facebook on Braves Country Radio and Braves Country X over in TikTok. And we welcome you in as we're going to get ready to talk about the Atlanta Braves and the big series we got coming up this weekend against the Boston Red Sox. And we are going to go over the Philly series very, very briefly and basically all the injuries. I mean, that's the big thing. Let's be honest. That's what's really going on in everybody's mind today. Looks like A.J. Smith-Shawver. I mean, I hope I'm dead wrong. I hope I'm not even close to being right. But it really looks like that A.J. Smith-Shawver is most likely out for the season. I mean, when they start talking about an elbow and forearm strain and all that stuff, if it's not Tommy John, it's going to be a miracle. And maybe they don't do Tommy John. Maybe they end up going the route of I don't even know if it's got a nickname yet, but the surgery that Spencer Strider had where as opposed to taking the tendon out of the leg and putting it in the elbow, they put a brace there, and you can be back within a year, as Spencer Strider has been. I know he had the one hiccup, but that was not really related to the surgery. So far, so good on that. It'll be interesting to see which route they take if that is indeed the case. I mean, the kid basically has to make a big decision. Does he want to come back quickly like Strider did, or does he want to go the route of taking his time coming back because he is so young? It's really going to be up to him. I think you're most definitely going to get that type of surgery for the people who are going into, we'll say, like the back half of their career, and they don't want to take a lot of time to be able to come back. Because if you're talking about, let's say he does a traditional Tommy John surgery, what you're really talking about is, in all likelihood, he wouldn't be back until 2027, let's be honest. Because you're talking about around 18 months. And you're sitting here, essentially we're in June. At the best
case scenario, it's like we're talking about 15 months. It's between 15 to 18 with Tommy John nowadays. There's no real shot that he ends up being back until 2027. So does he want to put all that on hold, or does he say, look, man, I've been really impressed with the progress that Spencer Strider has made in the brace surgery, and I want to go that route because I don't want to spend a long time away from the game. And look, Tommy John doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to come back fine. Look at what Sandy Alcantara is doing right now with Miami. I mean, he has been terrible. They're talking about him being on the trade block. He's an interesting guy to go for on the trade block if you want to look long term. And I thought we would explore that today as well. Let's go ahead and start off with that. Good to see everybody in the chat. I see Beckett and John and Heather and Helian. I see a few others. And it's a little harder for me to see the ones over on TikTok because the way I have it positioned. But I'm trying to, basically keep an eye on what's going on TikTok. It's the screen, they haven't yet set it up where I can put it in the app that we use. But anyways, Heather, good to see you as well. But if the Braves are done for the season when it comes to using A.J. Smith-Shawver, and I believe that's the case. Someone's asking what happened to A.J. A.J. Came out of the game yesterday, Heather, middle of the Phillies game. He said you could read his lips. He said, I felt something pop. This was right after the ball hit off his heel on a comebacker to the mound. Is it related? Hell, I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I do play one here on Braves Country Radio. And I can tell you this, a lot of time when guys get hit and they get injured in a different part of the body, they end up exerting more force elsewhere. That's a possibility. I'm not saying that's what happened, so I'm not going to blame Snicker for not taking him out of the game, because who the hell knows? Because there's just as much chance that he stays in the game and he pitches the rest of the game and everything's hunky-dory and he's fine. It's just one of those things that basically, I know it's a lazy take, but that's baseball. That's sports. You get hurt. And so to think you can bubble wrap these guys is pretty, I'll put it this way. If you think that you can get through an entire season without losing a starting pitcher, your head's in the clouds. It never happens. We at least lose a guy for a few months. And hopefully that's all it is with AJ. Remember, we still have Ronaldo Lopez sitting out there. They said they were going to re-examine him in July. So we're not even, so I still think he's done for the season. I've given up on Ronaldo Lopez. And unless we get better news, I've given up on the fact that A.J. Smith-Shawver is going to return. I do believe that we're going to get the announcement today that, or the next time his spot would come up, Bryce Elder will be heading back to the major leagues. The biggest question I have is when do they insert him? Because I was looking at his usage, and it's pretty interesting. He pitched last in the minor leagues. Now, by the way, he's pitched twice down in Gwinnett. He's been bad. I don't think that's going to affect their decision to bring him up because he was so good, and maybe they think that he's not excited enough to pitch in the Gwinnett games. Who knows? But he's given up an ERA of around 7+ since he's been down there. Now, he's only had 2 starts, so it's a very small sample size. He pitched last on Sunday, though. And so they could very well decide that he's going to pitch again this weekend, and that gives everybody else a day off. It actually gives, depending on where you do it, you might give someone like Spencer Strider 2 extra days off, because remember, we're off on Monday. Spencer Strider originally was supposed to pitch on Sunday. Schwellenbach was supposed to pitch on Saturday. I don't think they would adjust today's game, but you never know. But basically, wherever you put him, you would give everybody else an extra day of rest. That's already built into the equation with Grant Holmes because of the off day the other day. That's already built into the equation for Schwellenbach. So really, I think it's most likely we see Bryce Elder on Sunday and you give Strider 2 extra days of rest. It would also put Bryce Elder on extra rest because he would then be pitching a week from his last start. Do they want to hold him off and have him not have him pitch until sometime in the middle of the week next week? They could do that, but what's the advantage? He's got plenty of rest unless there's some kind of aches or pains that we're not aware of. I'm just putting it out there. I think there's a strong possibility we see Bryce Elder this weekend, and depending on when they want to push him back, you would get extra days of rest. And they may decide that they want to do it on Saturday, because then you would give Schwellenbach even another day of rest. Good to see you, James. Yeah, James. It was a long day. Those double headers that I cover, it's a long day. Like, you get the advantage that you have the previous day off, but I really wish they would announce these rainouts long before that. But yeah, I've gotten used to it, and I know how to kind of work my way through it nowadays. But nonetheless, talking for essentially, 7, almost 8 hours sometimes on a doubleheader, I still can't believe. I forget who it was asking me if I was staying on between the two games. I'm like, am I going to read the phone book to you? I'm going to lose my voice. Back to the problem at hand, and we'll go more over this as the shows go on. But I did want to put out the idea out there because they are talking about Sandy Alcantara being on the trade block. And normally you'd say, well, they would never trade him to a divisional opponent. Well, they traded Jesus Luzardo to the Phillies, so you never know. He is under control with a club option, and it's reasonably priced until 2027. I believe he's making 17 the next 2 seasons, in 25 and 26. So the end of this year would be essentially half of that, depending on when you picked him up. And then the 21 club option, by then they would know if that's worth it. So really you're only on the hook for a year and a half. And I believe Alcantara is still working his way back and getting the kinks out of his Tommy John surgery. His velocity's there. It's just what always hurts a lot of these guys is their control, because they haven't thrown the ball in so long. They're still trying to get back in the groove. So that is a real possibility. I think somebody is going to make a trade for Alcantara and bet on the fact that they can fix it. The Marlins are trying to dump salary. So if the Braves could get a phenomenal look, before his injury, he was one of the top right-handers in the National League. And he hasn't been great recently, but he's shown spurts. I remember watching him in the spring games, and he has shown spurts. So I would be willing to bet on that, and especially when you're talking about the essential idea that you're probably going to be without SSAJ for the rest of the year. And I would be shocked, unless it's in a bullpen capacity, that you get Raylo back. So I actually like the idea of being aggressive like that and getting a guy with swing and miss stuff. We'll see if they actually do it. There's probably not much of a chance that they do it, because the Braves are usually very conservative when it comes to these kinds of things. But look, I would compare it to a couple of seasons ago when the Braves basically did the same thing with Chris Sale. They took a guy who had a proven track record, who was coming off of major injury, and they were banking on the fact that they could manage his innings and keep him healthy. So there you have that. That's my first take on who they could go after. We have the trade deadline in 2 months, so we have plenty of time to go over that, and we'll probably do a couple of specials here on YouTube as well as the TikTok and the Facebook, going over who the Braves are actually going to be going after, who they're going to be eyeing. We'll probably do that somewhere around the All-Star break, when you really have an idea of where you're at. I don't care what anybody says and tells you on social media. I don't believe the Braves are going to be sellers, because I think they're going to be in the fight for that wild card. And if you can punch your ticket and get in, that's all you need. Because all you need is a ticket to the dance, and you could easily see a situation where it looks like they're doing $13 tickets for the Braves games at Truist Park again this weekend. The Braves just reposted that. Now this is a special that they ran last weekend with Acuna coming back, but I guess they're doing it again. If you're in the area, you might be able to catch the game. Well, here we go. Just a little while ago, the Braves have officially moved A.J. Smith-Shawver to the 60-day IL. And there hasn't been an update yet, but the 60-day IL. They recalled outfielder Jose Azocar to the Major League Baseball roster. That's for Stuart Fairchild. They optioned Michael Peterson to AAA, but they could be very well getting ready to decide when they're going to add Bryce Elder. And until the day that you're actually going to start him, there's no reason to add Bryce Elder to the 26-man roster. So realize we had one we had to get rid of, which was Peterson, because we had the doubleheader expanded roster. So Peterson goes back to AAA. That doesn't affect him in any way, shape, or form. And we'll see if if any other corresponding moves. But as of right now, A.J. Smith-Shawver's gone to the 60-day IL, which means at the earliest he could return is essentially the beginning of August. When they put a guy on the 60-day IL that quick, I'm just telling you right now, Braves country, he's done. He is absolutely cooked. Because they're not even waiting. They're not going, well, maybe he can come back and da-da-da-da-da. He's done. And maybe we see him in rehab assignments and trying to work his way back towards the end of the year if it's not a major injury, but I doubt it. I'd say he is absolutely cooked. And that'll be that. Dylan Dodd, I guess the plan is right now is they are going to keep Dylan Dodd in that pen for bullpen extension throughout the rest of the weekend, or like I said, they could decide to start Bryce Elder tomorrow. They could decide that they want to see Dylan Dodd actually get a start up here. Who knows? But I would say that because of Elder and what he's done up here, the last 5 starts in the major leagues, I think it would be a slap in the face if you don't give him another opportunity. He was really, really good the last, we'll say, 5 starts, and he was even showing improvement before them. Okay, now as far as that is concerned, we put that aside, and now we look at, Nick Allen appears to be okay. Whether or not he'll be in the lineup tonight, that's a different question mark. That's a big different question mark. I saw your comment, Hillian. Yeah, it looks like that he's okay. The other thing is, coming into this weekend against the Boston Red Sox, remember we just saw them a couple of weeks ago, so there is going to be some familiarity with it. But if you look at the matchups, and we'll hit those real quick before we dive into other stuff. Tonight it's Grant Holmes versus Giolito. We're going to have it here on Braves Country Radio, here on YouTube. We do the pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play with the 3D. That game is on Apple TV Plus. So if you don't have that, you'll still be able to catch the game. And a lot of folks in the chat will be rooting on it. And for those of y'all who might be new to us and don't understand what we do, if you're over on TikTok or on Facebook and you don't understand what we do, we bring you the game pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. We have created what is a little community, a little family over here in the YouTube channel on Braves Country Radio. And we complain together, we celebrate together, we watch the games together. I bring the play-by-play to the best of my ability, but the folks in the chat usually have a lot of fun, and it's really is growing, and appreciate everybody subscribing. We got the subscriptions up to, I don't have it in front of me, but let me see what it is right now. I know we'd gotten up fairly high here. Let me see here. We're at 38,700. So our goal to 40,000 subscriptions by the All-Star game, it's looking good. I don't want to jinx it, but it's definitely trending in the right direction. On the Apple game, it's Grant Holmes versus Giolito. We saw him earlier. We got to him. But he pitched really well his last time out. So did he figure something out, or will the Braves be able to get to him again? He's been up and down. It's been kind of a roller coaster for Giolito, to be honest with you, because he's coming off a major surgery. But we got to him last time. I would think that we could score some runs tonight. Giolito, we should be able to score some runs. We absolutely should be able to score some runs on him. Same thing tomorrow with Walker Buehler on the mound. He has not been lights out. Now, he's been solid. He's been pretty good, but he hasn't been what we saw last year when he was with the Dodgers, and especially going into the postseason. Is he having any effects? Remember, he came off major injury last year. Is he having effects of the fact that the Dodgers went so deep into the playoffs and he didn't have a long downtime? Who knows? One thing you would like about Walker Buehler, though, Braves Country, because we talk about this all the time, and nobody ever stands up, and no one ever complains about the bad umping. There was a game a few games ago where Walker Buehler was out there on the mound, and yeah, you don't want your starting pitcher to do it. That's why The manager should be doing this, but I will say this for Alex Cora. He normally stands up for his players, so I'm not going to get on to him about that. It happened so quickly, it spiraled out of control. Next thing you know, he was tossed out of the game. But there was a blatantly bad call. It's a pitch that was in the heart of the zone, and the home plate umpire called it a ball, and he went ballistic and got thrown out of the game. So he's got a competitive fire, and he's going to be going up against Schwellenbach, and hopefully Schwellenbach with the extra rest looks better. Schwellenbach has been doing really well the first two times through the lineup. It's that third time. It seems like we're either trying to push that envelope too far or batters are figuring him out, and he's got to come up with a different plan when he goes through the lineup the third time. Because it seems like that's what it always is with Schwellenbach, is that he starts off pretty good. He's striking guys out left and right, but they hit that third time through the lineup, and he can't get through it. And then Sunday is going to be Strider versus Crochet if they don't make a move. That is going to be a mess because Crochet has pitched lights out. We didn't really score off of them. We got the win against Crochet, but it was because Sale was on the mound and he was doing Sale-type things, and we ended up scoring some runs late. But Crochet is going to be a problem. So the first two games of this series are critical for the Braves to win the series because Strider, though I do believe he's improving, he's not where Garrett Crochet is right now. Garrett Crochet is one of the top left-handers in all of baseball right now. We're going to have a hard time scoring runs. So Strider, we hope Strider goes out and deals, but there's a possibility that they punt Strider and they put Bryce Elder up there. Now, if you're truly honestly trying to win every game, you would have Strider go up against Crochet. But realize he pitched on Tuesday, and this would be on normal rest, and they may want the extra rest when they did it all last year with Raylo and Sale. They might want the extra rest anywhere they can put it in there to extend these pitchers further down the road without having to make any kind of consequential moves. I do believe you're going to get Elder this weekend, and maybe the best option would be is to have Schwellenbach go up against Crochet and have Elder pitch tomorrow against Buehler. But as of right now, those are your matchups. It's Holmes versus Giolito, it's Schwellenbach versus Buehler, and it's Strider versus Garrett Crochet. And so that's where we're at in this series. And the keys to this series are plain and simple. The Braves are going to have to go out and put runs on the board on these first two games especially. I'm not going to expect the Moon and Stars on the Sunday game because Crochet's that filthy. Tonight's game, tomorrow's game, you got to start doing the smart things when a guy leads off with a double and you're standing there at the plate and let's say we're not bunting. Okay, that's fine if we're not bunting. But at the same token, you might want to take a look at the fact that if we're not going to bunt, and let's say it's a right-handed batter, push the ball to the right side of the infield to get the guy from second base over to third. If it's a left-handed batter, pull the ball over to the right side of the infield to get the second baseman, to guy on second over to third. So now you got a guy at third with less than 2 outs, and a fly ball scores him. But it seems like the Braves don't even have that mindset most of the time. Late in the game, ninth inning, seems like they'll play into it. But they should be doing that all game long, because the more runs you tic-tac on the scoreboard and put the pressure on the opposing team, that's how you build winning streaks. That's how you start winning 8 out of 10, 9 out of 12, that kind of thing. It's not sitting back waiting for what I call 1970s American League Baseball, just sitting back for the 3-run home run. So that's the thing that I thought when Tim Heyer came in, took over as the batting coach, I thought that's what he was going to change more than anything else. And that's what he said he was going to change. But it hasn't happened on the field. And if it hasn't happened on the field, you can't blame anybody but the damn coach. And maybe it starts from up top. But regardless, Tim Heyer's not getting the job done. The offense isn't anywhere near where we think it should be. We do want to give a tip of the cap, by the way, to Chris Sale for getting to the 2,500 strikeout mark, 38th man to do it in baseball history. He's the quickest per innings, but realize he's had so many injuries. He's not the quickest per se, but he's the quickest per innings. The Braves got to Zach Wheeler again. That's a massive improvement. But you'd be a little more excited if they had any kind of damage off of Ranger Suarez. And Sanchez, for that matter. They didn't do a whole lot against Sanchez. The game tonight, I still say that they should be able to get to Giolito, which means Grant Holmes doesn't have to go out here and pitch a perfect game. Grant Holmes can go hit the quality start 6-3 or 6-2, preferably. And that should be enough to get the win. Tomorrow night, if it ends up Schwellenbach versus Buehler and they don't bump anybody, we've got the advantage. It's the big question mark on Sunday. And normally you never would have said that with Spencer Strider on the mound, right? You're like, no one has the advantage on us, Spencer Strider. But he's still working back at the stuff. See, what's this here? James says, okay, he's just agreeing with what I was saying a second ago. Yeah, Stargazer, I know we got the lineup hitting a little bit, but I'm not going to get too crazy about it because it was one game. Now, we did hit towards the end in the first game, but all in all, this offense is really bad. And the only way that they're going to improve is obviously on the field, but it's got to be the approach. More than anything else, it's got to be the approach. You can't go out there in 2023 kind of mindset and think that you're just going to change everything by waiting for guys to get hot. Because let's be honest, in 2023, the Atlanta Braves swung for the fences, and it seemed like every single day we had one or two guys who were currently hot. They were in the middle of some kind of a streak. And they kind of took turns because it was so contagious, and they broke all kinds of records. But then we saw it fall flat in the playoffs because their approach stinks. Last year was a lot of injuries, but once again, the offense is kind of like what it is this year. It gets bogged down. There are times where you feel like it's been a week and a half since you've seen them score a run. It's got to be the approach that changes, and mainly to me, it's the runners in scoring position. And it's not necessarily me giving a crap about what the batting average is in runners in scoring position. It's when you have a guy on second with no outs, and you do the right thing to get him over, whether it's a bunt or it's a hit to the right side of the infield, or even a fly ball to the right side of the outfield. The other thing that I never see with the Braves, and Tim Hyer said he was going to do it when he started, but I have not seen one person do it, is that when Atlanta, when their offense is at the plate, they get 2 strikes on them. You never see anybody choke up, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Which means that they're still swinging for the downs. With 2 strikes, you're supposed to choke up because you want more back control, and all you're trying to do at that point is get yourself a base hit. You can still hit one out if you're choking up. I mean, assuming that you're not doing the Ty Cobb thing where he would hold the bat almost like a wand. But I'm talking about within reason, and you get more control of that bat head, you're going to put the ball in play. And we've seen it 100 times. Putting the ball in play is the key because funny things happen when that ball gets to bouncing around. Someone was asking if it's a day game. No, we do have 2 day games this weekend. It's a 4:10 first pitch on Saturday, and it's a 1:35 pitch on Sunday. Today is your traditional 7:15. I would say, why would we ever have a day game on a Friday? We do have one. I don't know if y'all have looked at the schedule. We do have one, and that is when we go into that weird series with the Cincinnati Reds. That game is going to be on Friday at this is really weird, 12:40? That is such a strange time. I guess it's because it's in Cincinnati, but nonetheless, it's Friday on a 12:40 of all times. I don't think that's their common start time, but maybe it is during day games during the week. But on Thursday, July 31st, they're playing at 7:10. On Friday, August 1st, it's a 12:40 start time because the teams are going to pack up and head to Bristol for the Saturday night game. And randomly, we're going to be off on Sunday that week. There's no game on Sunday, assuming weather. So that's an interesting thing to kind of manipulate through, but keep an eye on that. Other than that, I think we've covered most of everything. And then, of course, if you're just joining us, A.J. Smith-Shawver has been put to the 60-day IL. And so that's big news in itself. That means that he is done. I will say this. Regardless, they need to get a better option for shortstop, and Luke Williams is not someone you want to see in the lineup very much. Luke Williams is literally there to run bases, but if you go out and you get yourself a shortstop, just a decent shortstop, even if it's a platoon guy, let's say it's a lefty, a platoon guy, somebody who has more of a charge in the ball, because Nick Allen is a slapstick hitter. He's not going to give you much other than that. And to think that he is and think that you're going to make any kind of a deep run with Nick Allen as your shortstop, it's a little delusional. We'll dig more into that on tonight's game, but Luke Williams is just, he is what he is. He's a pinch runner who can field decently. He's not a great defender, but he's a decent defender, and he's a terrible bat to have in your lineup. Only if you're trying to win games. If you're not trying to win games, put whoever the hell you want in there. Go get Orlando Arcia back. All right, y'all, we're going to get out of here. Great seeing everybody in the chat. We'll see you tonight, 7:15 first pitch, and get you ready for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. Your Atlanta Braves on the 3D. And
7 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell?
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. We're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Here's your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing left field for the Boston Red Sox, it's Jarren Duran. It's 4 home runs, 34 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .279. Batting second, the designated hitter, Rafael Devers. 12 home runs, 50 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .287. Wilyer Abreu is in right field and batting third. 13 home runs, 29 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .255. Narvaez is behind home plate and batting cleanup with 5 home runs, 17 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .289. Meyer is at third, batting fifth. He's 5 for 19 on the year. No home runs, no RBI, no stolen bases. Abraham Toro batting sixth, playing first. 3 home runs, 4 RBI, batting .255. Trevor Story batting seventh, playing short. 6 home runs, 21 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting .218. The second baseman, Christian Campbell, is batting eighth with 5 home runs, 16 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .225. And Rafaela is in center field, batting ninth. 3 home runs, 20 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .232. On the mound for the Boston Red Sox, it's Lucas Giolito. He's 1-1 with a 5.27 ERA, a 1.43 WHIP, 27 innings, 23 strikeouts versus 31 hits, 8 walks, and 5 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Grant Holmes.
I play real sports, not trying to be the best at exercising. I'm Teddy Powers! I'm the man who has the ball, so that is why I am better than everyone in the world.
3-3 with a 3.68 ERA, a 1.16 WHIP, 58 innings, 55 strikeouts, 42 hits allowed, 26 walks, 10 home runs served. Backing up Grant Holmes in the bottom of the first inning. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. He's batting .318 on the year with 2 home runs, 4 RBI. Ozzie Albies batting second, playing second. 6 home runs, 22 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .241. Batting third, the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. 9 home runs, 24 RBI, a .279 average. Matt Olson batting cleanup, playing first. 12 home runs, 29 RBI, a .238 average. Batting fifth, playing third, Austin Riley. 9 home runs, 32 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .280. And Alex Verdugo is batting sixth and in left field. A .266 average, 10 RBI, 1 stolen base. Batting seventh and behind home plate, it's Sean Murphy. With 9 home runs, 20 RBI, a .228 clip. Batting eighth and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Michael Harris II. 3 home runs, 32 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting .229. And Luke Williams is batting ninth and playing short. He's 1 for 6 on the year, 2 RBI, 2 stolen bases. Nick Allen is expected to be back in the lineup soon, just giving him a day off with the hit by pitch on the hand yesterday. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate today. It's Clint Vodrick, one of the worst in the business. Phil Cousy is at first base. Second base is manned by Tony Randazzo, and down the third base line, it's Dan Bellino. I don't know how we always end up with this umpire crew. They must live in Atlanta. Your Atlanta Braves come in at 26-29 on the year, 16-9 at home. Red Sox, 27-31, 11-17 on the road. Braves split a twin bill yesterday, winning Game 2 of a doubleheader in Philadelphia. The Boston Red Sox are on a 5-game losing streak. You don't love that if you're the Braves, as teams on those losing streaks usually come out fighting backed into a corner. Your Atlanta Braves are minus 170 on the money line. The over-under, 9.5. Over-under on strikeouts tonight, Grant Holmes, 5.5, paying minus 160. Lucas Giolito, 4.5 on the minus 145 line. Game time temperatures expect to be about 73 degrees here at Truist Park, with the wind blowing out to left at around 13 miles an hour. That could be a factor on deep fly balls with the right-handed hitters. Our pick to click today, we're going to go with Matt Olson. He's 7 for 13 lifetime versus Lucas Giolito, a whopping .538 average. Matt Olson has 4 bombs as well and 7 RBI. Other guys to keep an eye on, Acuna's 2 for 5 lifetime with a home run. Riley also 2 for 5 and a home run. Verdugo is 2 for 8, and Ozzie and Ozuna are 1 for 7. Everybody else in the lineup is batting .400 or better against Lucas Giolito. Cool hand Luke Williams has never seen him. We're going to take your Atlanta Braves, even though they're facing a team on a losing streak, and even though we're coming off a doubleheader. We're going to see it as glass half full. We're going to take the Atlanta Braves and Grant Holmes to get back to business here at Truist Park. Give me your Atlanta Braves to put some runs on the board and win this one 7-3. Key to the game tonight, Jarren Duran is 1 for 3 with a home run versus Grant Holmes. Devers and Story are 1 for 2. Nobody else in the lineup has a hit off of Holmes. A combined 0 for 13. Meyer has never faced Grant Holmes. If Grant can limit those free passes, eliminate the long ball, Atlanta's offense should actually get clicking tonight, and the bullpen ought to be able to secure the win. This Red Sox offense, when it's all said and done, is extremely top-heavy. Those first 3 batters, and I'll even extend it down to the top 4, they carry the load. Duran, Devers, Abreu, and Narvaez. The bottom half of the order has really struggled in the early going of this season. They'll probably ask Grant to go through the lineup 3 times, so it's going to be their approach and what he has working to keep that scoreboard down. Put your click in the chat, slap that like, and let's get ready, Braves Country. We'd like to thank everybody for choosing Braves Country Radio, and a special thanks to all the country club members. Please like on your way in and subscribe, set those alerts, and share Braves Country Radio to help build the crowd so we can continue to bring you the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. Atlanta Braves Baseball right here on Braves Country Radio. Your modern-day superstation is in its 5th season of bringing you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and our one-of-a-kind production. Take us anywhere you go for over 170 Atlanta Braves ball games. Please like and subscribe today. Join the Country Club. Thank you to all the Country Club members. You help support Braves Country Radio.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
evening, Braves country. How the hell are you? Happy weekend, everybody. See who we have here kicking in the chat. See, we'll go back all the way to about the 7 o'clock spot and go from there. Good evening, B.A. Baracus, Brian Andrews. Good evening, Uncle Charlie Fritz. My man Nathaniel Brooks is in the house. Kenneth Clark is in here tonight. Good to see you. Norman Attaway. Who else do we have in here? Helion. Jameson. King James Hagan. Adam Westbury. Batman. I'm sure you get that a lot. Name like it starts off with Adam West. You've got to get Batman. Adam Westbury, Batman. I was thinking about that the other day. Mark Biles. Good to see you, Bugs. Stargazer's in the house. Montero's in the house and a new member. All right, Montero. Edward Spry. The Spry guy. He's going Ice House with the 7-4-5. We're probably going to have to score some runs. I do think Grant Holmes is going to pitch well, but this Boston offense is pretty good. Grandma King, good to see you. Long time, no time. Glad to see you're doing well. Gary the Real McCoy. I think I saw Mark Ricky Ricardo. Travis on bail. Pringle. Good to see. Tree Fitty. Gonna need about Tree Fitty. Georgia Pearson. See if we got any. Ken Scott, Paper Company. All right, I think that's just about it. We're going to take a quick break. If I missed you, jump in the chat. Realize I don't go all the way back to the beginning because there's just too much to read through. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for a... Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beer. From the mountains to the prairies, to your pint glass with white foam, we're bringing back beer with a backbone. All that matters in our brew is taste and a touch of American excellence. American Rebel Beer, born in the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the radio news.
Sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. There is nothing wrong. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into
adventures in time and space.
We offer you Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, folks. Join us now for another Braves ball game. Yes, sir. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. This makes you feel like it's spring and baseball. No more measles and free tickets to the circus.
You're in Braves Country.
This is a reminder, disorderly conduct will not be tolerated. Please respect your fellow fan and refrain from any unruly behavior. Failure to comply with these guidelines will result in ejection.
Welcome in Braves country. Atlanta Braves are wearing their Friday night reds. Braves across the chest in navy. Outlined in white. Tomahawk. Outlined in white. Red tomahawk striped with yellow. And blue piping down the middle of the chest on the jersey. Red ball cap, or excuse me, blue ball cap, red bill is what I'm trying to say. White A, representing the city of Atlanta. Names on the back are going to be in navy. The numerals on the back are going to be in navy, outlined in white. The names in white, excuse me. Braves wearing white pants, dark belts. They'll be in the field first as Mr. Grant Holmes starts to warm up. If it's Grant Holmes Day, that means we got to get ready.
I play real sports, not trying to be the best at exercising. I'm Teddy Powers! I'm the man who has the ball, so that is why I am better than everyone in the world.
Grant Holmes is going out there to fire his last warm-up tosses. Remember, this is an Apple cast, so everything's a little funkier when they're in charge. But we'll get through it. Atlanta Braves coming in and taking on the Boston Red Sox are on a 5-game losing streak, and that's going to be the biggest key to me in this game tonight. Is can we stave off the or does Boston come in a little flat? They played yesterday, lost close ball game. But you just wonder if they may come in a little flat. Coming in on a 5-game losing streak. Now, the Braves played a doubleheader, and if there's ever a team that's going to come in a little tired, it could be the Braves. But you hope with them playing at home that they'll be a little more rejuvenated. Boston Red Sox are wearing their home grays, or road grays, I should say. Boston across the chest in red, outlined in navy. Navy ball caps, red B on the front representing the city of Boston. We are just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Welcoming all the folks in on Facebook. The entire game will not be on Facebook, so if you want to catch the entire game, jump over to Braves Country Radio on YouTube. Grant Holmes is done figuring everything out. We're going to get everything set here in 1 second. Trying to get everything loaded up. It's the first pitch on the way. Misses outside. It's 1-0. First pitch was popped up in the infield for out number 1. Took a while for it to load. I thought maybe we were going to have an issue like we did last time with it being an apple cast, but we got it rolling. First pitch on the way to Rafael Devers, going to get looped into shallow right center field. Luke Williams makes a diving attempt but cannot get to the ball. I mean, you talk about a softly hit ball, hit them where they ain't. That was it, Rafael Devers. He got it kind of on the jam shot and just kind of scooped it over the head of Ozzie. Luke tried to make a diving catch. Ozzie had no chance at it, but it was just out of arm's reach. So Devers with a big smile on his face because he looks like the cat that ate the canary. When you get a base hit like that, that's how you're usually going to feel. First pitch on the way is down and away to the left-handed bat of Abreu, standing in with 13 home runs and a 255 average, an 842 OPS, 29 RBI. Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing, top of the first, the 1-0. Right there, 94. Smacks the outer edge. It's 1-1. We didn't see a lot of Abreu in the first series against the Red Sox, but when he got in, he usually did damage. The 1-1. 93 misses well outside. 2-1. 2-1 count. It's an interesting story that is developing in Boston. They're saying they're going to try to push Christian Campbell over to the first base. Try him out there as the 2-1's in the dirt. 3-1. Ball got away a little bit, but Smurf was able to keep the runner at bay. Three-1 count. Curveball up top. He's not going to give him the strike. It was a strike. And that'll be a walk. He's got to understand with Clint Vondrick behind the plate, he is a bad, bad umpire. There we go. Got the screen set for you. Always have issues when it's Apple, and we had it on the different view because we couldn't get the screen to pop up. It looks like we're rolling now. Carlos Narvaez stands in. First pitch on the way. 94 at the knees. It's 0-1. We've seen Clint Vondrick a few times this year, and every time he's been terrible. So we're just going to have to deal with it tonight. I'm going to try to not complain too much. But he is just always off. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Kind of a, check swing. It's 0-2. Bender right there. 0-2 count. Runners on first and second, one out. Huge hole on the right side, but they are not holding the runner, so not as big as it could be. The 0-2 down and away, 1-2. They got the infield back into the left. They are in double play depth. Narvaez, the catcher, does run pretty well for a catcher. The 1-2. Swing, chops it off his instep. We'll do it again. Two on, one out. The 1-2 count. Grant Holmes raises his glove, brings it. Looks like he went around, did he? They're going to check down the side. He did strike three. I kind of figured with Phil Cousy down there, he rings everybody up. So just realize if you start that bat, you might as well swing the darn thing because he's going to call a strike. That's an iffy one. We'll take it. But Phil Cousy, when he's on the corners, and it kind of goes to what he does when he's behind home plate, pretty much anything that can be will be a strike. Marcelo Meyer comes to the plate, batting .263, righty-lefty matchup, one of their top prospects. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. what you will see from Grant Holmes tonight, a four-seam fastball, a slider. He will throw those a combined 72% of the time. The curve at about 16% of the time, and the cutter at 10. As the 0-1's in the dirt, try to get him chasing another curveball. He ends up to count 1-1. He does have a changeup, throws it about 2% of the time. So really just a show-me pitch, but he will throw it just to keep you honest. The 1-1, fastball right there on the inner track. It's 1-2. Runners at first and second. 2 outs. Marcelo, one of their top hitting prospects down on the farm, and he just followed Christian Campbell up. So they're really starting to build the youth in Boston. The 1-2, down and in, 2-2. Trying to get to chase that slider. Same two teams will be at it tomorrow. It'll be a 4:10 first pitch. So make sure you set a reminder. Not a night game. We have a lot of day games, well, late afternoon games on Saturdays in the early part of the season. You'll see them drift to night games when we hit July and August. The 2-2 from Holmes. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got out of that jam. Woo! All right, let's go, Braves country. We grab the bats when we return.
I play real sports, not trying to be the best at exercising. I'm Teddy Powers. I'm the man who has the ball, so that is why I am better than everyone in the world.
Here's $5.
Oh, I'm not homeless. I'm a teacher. Whew.
It's $10.
In baseball, with so many stats, often players are overlooked or fall off the radar. Here's the career of Paul Molitor. First off, he could play multiple different positions. Over the course of his career, he played every position but pitcher and catcher. In 29 career postseason games, he batted .368, which included a .418 average in the World Series. Let's also not forget his 5 hits in Game 1 of the 1982 World Series, which still remains a record. Do it with his bat, he also did it with his legs. He reached double digits in stolen bases in every year of his career but his last. He always put the ball in play. Not once in his career did he strike out 100 times. His .326 batting average on balls in play was 40 points higher than the average player during his playing career, which made him even more of a threat. His 75.7 WAR is the highest among designated hitters. Even though he played 1,174 games as a designated hitter, he still had a huge impact on the game even when he wasn't playing the field. Most people forget he has the 5th best hitting streak of all time. His 39-game hitting streak in 1987 remains the longest since Pete Rose's 44-game hitting streak in 1978. His 3,319 hits rank him 11th all time. He is one of 5 players in MLB history with at least 3,000 hits, a .300 career batting average, and 500 stolen bases. So it's hats off to you, Paul Molitor, for one of the greatest careers that we just don't talk about enough.
I want you. I want to get to know you. I like you. No, you don't! You just want to touch my private parts! This is not a petting zoo!
Ball players have to be able to cope with defeat more constantly than anyone else. It isn't just that they lose 4 times out of 6, it's they have to play again tomorrow. And if they lose tomorrow, that's 2 in a row. In a week, you can lose 7 in a row. A losing streak can mount up on you so much faster than a winning streak that it's a kind of terror that grips a team. It's like the spooky music that runs under baseball.
Welcome back. Braves start this off with Acuna, Ozzie, and Ozuna. 1, 2, 3 in the order. Giolito kicks, fires, first pitch on the way. 94 right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 comes set. Turns and flips it. 94 again out there. It's 0-2. Acuna didn't like it. That first one did look a little suspect, but the first one looked a little off the plate. The second one was definitely a strike. Vondrick will call those wide strikes. The 0-2. Down and away, 1-2. Hopefully someone has talked to the Braves batters and let them realize this is who the home plate umpire is, and you have to adjust to the umpire. I've always said that if you're not paying attention who's behind home plate, you're really not paying attention. The 1-2, down below the knees, 2-2. He has a 4-pitch mix, does Giolito. 48% of the time, so almost half the time he's going to throw that four-seam fastball, and it is a good one. The changeup at 28%. Slider at 20, curve at just 4. The 2-2 spoils that foul. Out of play. Infield's back into the left. Playing Acuna to pull. The 2-2. Giolito. Swing, rips it up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. And here comes Acuna Matata. Let's get it going on a Friday night.
Bravo. Bravo.
Good to see some of the ones I didn't see before in the chat. Neil Pearson, Baseball Boys, Billy Powermax, Quinn Sykes. First pitch on the way to Ozzy Albies is up top and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup, open spot. Open stance from the left-hand side. We'll put it on the action cam in case Acuna decides to take off. The 1-0. Lifts it into foul territory. I mean, a lazy doink of a fly ball. You'll call it, I guess, F5. It could be L5, but it was a very soft hit. Bat at bat by Ozzy Albies. I know he's been a little hot recently. I still question putting him up at the number 2 spot. He doesn't tend to hit well up there. You leave him down below, he tends to get much better at bats. So 1 on, 1 out. Ozuna the batter. First pitch. That one's off the edge. Did not get the call there. It's 1-0. 1-0. Kicks and fires. Outside wide, 2-0. Bender off the edge. Pitch. A little bit off the plate, but called for a wide strike, 2-1. Saw a big sigh from Ozuna after that call. It was one of those things where he's like, all right, I'm not going to say anything. The 2-1. Outside wide, 3-1. I don't believe I saw Joyce, but if she is in here, welcome in. See Monkey Business in here and John Boy. JC, good to see you, sir. The 3-1, high and out of the zone, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. Runners on first and second. 1 out. Like to make him pay here. Talked about it earlier. Matt Olson has had a very good out head-to-head versus Giolito so far. First pitch on the way, swings and fouls it back. It's 0-1. Hitting over 515 at bats. I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it was 8 for 15. I have to double check that real quick. Maybe it was 7 for 13. I'll pull it up here in a second. The 0-1, down and in 1. So 1-1 count. It's 7 for 13 with 4 home runs. The 1-1. Swing, rifles it back, foul. 1-2. I don't know why Apple has this 7 for 10. It is 7 for 13. I checked on 2 different sites like I always do. So it is 7 for 13. I don't know why Apple's off. One-two count to Olson. First and second. One out. The pitch. High and out of the zone. 2-2. Infield is back and to the right. The 2-2 from Giolito. Comes set. Swing. That ball's chopped foul. Just foul down the first base side. We'll do it again. Braves nothing. Red Sox nothing. Bottom of the first inning. Braves have runners on first and second with one out if you're just joining us. Game one of a 3-game set. We have 4:10 on Saturday. 1:35 on Sunday. The 2-2. Swing! That ball's ripped into right field. That ball's down for a base hit. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. That run will score as the catcher dropped the ball. The ball gets away. Here comes the runners. They're going to move up to second and third. Ozuna with not great speed. If he had great speed, he's probably crossing home plate. But nonetheless, I'm not sure what happened there with Narvaez. He's usually a very good catcher, but he dropped the ball, and we'll take the run. Wow.
This is not watered down. This is Ice House.
That was a very good throw, by the way.
Ice House. Smooth as it gets.
By the right fielder, Abreu. He had him out by a mile, but the ball did a funny hop and popped off of his, just under his chin. First pitch on the way to Riley's outside wide. It's 1-0. 1-0. I didn't think it was going to be that close with Acuna. I didn't get a chance to look at it, but he must have gotten a bad jump. The 1-0. Down and away. 2-0. I mean, it was a very good throw by Abreu. First of all, jot that down. Let's not try to test this guy later on. We dodged a major bullet. That was a perfect throw. Narvaez just couldn't come up with it. The 2-0 to Riley, second and third one out. The pitch, swing and a miss. Looked like his changeup, 2-1. If you're up there guessing, you kind of have to sit on his fastball and adjust to the change. The 2-1, fastball at the knees, 2-2. The 2-2 count. Mets, by the way, we probably won't get any help here. They were at home for 3 against Colorado this weekend. The 2-2. Swing, raffles it back, foul. We'll do it again, 2-2. Giolito's at 24 pitches here in the first inning, but you'd like to see him give up some more runs, make him pay. You see too many times where Atlanta doesn't punch the scores in early and then go through long droughts. Pitch on the way, outside, did he go around? You know Kuzi's going to ring him up, strike 3. There's no doubt about it. Like I said earlier, if Kuzi's calling it, you can go ahead and say that it's a strike. There is no actual definition. That one actually looked like he probably did go. There is no actual full definition. So it's something that will never be able to be challenged. But for folks who aren't aware, the check swing is the umpire's opinion if he offered at it. And that's it. That's all you get in the record book. I mean the rule book. First pitch on the way is 93 up top. It's 0-1. But typically, most people believe it's whether that bat head crossed the plane in a true offering. But it really is up to the umpire, the 0-1. Fastball right down Main Street, taken again. Wake up, Verdugo. It's 0-2. So you got 2 easy fastballs in there. Now he's going to sit down with 2 strikes. He's going to have to battle. Braves 1, Red Sox nothing, but they got 2 on. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. Verdugo, 2 at-bats were given away in this inning, one by Verdugo, one by Ozzie. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves put 1 on the board. We lead it 1-0.
Okay, not to exaggerate, but I feel like I'm already tired tomorrow. Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. For those who don't know, normal human eyesight is 20/20 vision. A research study found that the average baseball player has 20/13 vision, with the top 2% of MLB players having 29.2 vision. That means that some baseball players have vision that's more than twice as good as the normal human.
Okay, few rules. 1, no smoking.
Cigarettes or drugs?
Both.
Oh, come on. How long does this class even last?
Like an hour.
What? All right, I'll smoke in the car before we go in.
2, no swearing.
Are you me?
Ralph.
Are you crapping me?
3, no knives.
What if there's an attack?
It's a bunch of children and mothers in a pool.
That's exactly when I would attack.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Damn it, Gump. Give me one margarita, I'm open my legs.
But you ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan.
For nearly 20 years, a vaudeville comedian and baseball fanatic named DeWolf Hopper had been reciting a lengthy poem by Ernest Lawrence Thayer called Casey at the Bat, a ballad of the Republic. He had first tried it out on a Broadway audience in 1888 and gotten such applause that he kept it in the act. He would go on to recite the poem more than 10,000 times.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Grant Holmes. There's a strike there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Braves lead it 1-0. Just getting going here in the top of the second inning. The 0-1 swing rips it right past the diving Matt Olson into right field, and it's another leadoff batter on for the Red Sox. Leadoff single. The Red Sox have something cooking here in the top of the second inning. Wind still blowing out to left field, by the way, being between 12 and 15 miles an hour. The right-handed bat of Trevor Story comes to the plate. Toro standing at first. The first pitch on the way, swing and a miss. At the curveball, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Grant comes set, flips it up there. Strike, about chest high, 0-2. (0-2) count. And they're just for those of y'all who can't see, they're just showing Brian Snooker. They're just gnawing away at his nails. At least he's awake. The 0-2. Fastball. Rifled foul down the first base line. We'll do it again. Not sure if I saw John earlier, but good to see you, John and Miriam. Raymond. Everybody loves Raymond. The 0-2. Fisted foul back behind home plate. We'll do it once again. Yes, Neil, that's correct. A.J. Smith-Shawver, 60-day IL. You might as well put that at 365-day IL. He's done. The 0-2. Down and away, 1-2. That's really just procedural because if you put a guy on the 60-day IL, he no longer counts to your 40-man roster. So that's the main reason why they did it so quickly. So they can make a move and bring whoever they want to bring onto the 40-man roster. 1-2 count. Swing, chops it off his instep, will do it again. It's the name of the game when it comes to Major League Baseball pitching nowadays. They ask these guys to throw at such high velocities that they tend to pop their elbows. Think of it like a rubber band. You only have so many snaps on that thing, and it eventually gives. 1-2. Grant Holmes flips it over to first, keep the runner close by. One-two count. Pitch on the way, down and away. Did he go around? He did. Strike three. Once again, Phil Cousy to the rescue. You go ahead and just mark it up, man. If Phil Cousy is on the baseline, it's a strike. I'm surprised he's not barking strikes from first base. I keep waiting for that one day when you have the pitch go down the middle and you just hear him all the way from first base. Dirac! Campbell, Christian Campbell, young talented rookie, takes the first pitch down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. There's talks of him going to first base. I don't know if it'll be full time, but it could be for a small part of his at bats is the 1-0 outside wide 2-0. I was listening to a podcast today and they were talking about it, and but they never mentioned if that was going to be just move him over to first until Cassis comes back, or if they were talking about a platoon situation. 2-0, down and away, 3-0. And they said they've already got Meyer playing out of position. It's kind of a mess. They have all these talented pieces, but they're not playing in the right defensive position. So 3-0 count from Holmes, in danger of walking a batter. Right there, P at the knees, 94 miles an hour, 3-1. The 3-1. Holmes comes set, brings it. Swing, rifles it back foul. Full count. Braves lead at 1-0, though you would have liked to have gotten more, but so that's the glass half empty. Half full is Acuna should have been out at the plate, but they dropped the ball. Grant's going to flip it over to first one last time to keep Toro safe, to keep him close by. He was safe. So yeah, it's disappointing, but at least they did get the one run. The payoff pitch. Caught, looking, strike three. Bender on the inner cut. 2 down. Christian Campbell, I don't know how many times he has seen Vondrick, but he'll probably learn as he goes. Clint Vondrick usually gives the benefit of the doubt to the pitcher. It was a decent frame by Murphy as well. It was right there on the black. First pitch on the way, swing, fouls it away. It's 0-1. Those pitches don't bother me. If an ump is consistently calling a big strike zone, but the ball's right there, I'm fine with it. It's the egregious ones. The ones that are 2-3 inches out of the zone or right in the zone he's not calling. 94-mile-an-hour fastball on the 0-1 count, misses high and inside. It's 1-1. Someone was complaining the other day about Eli White's final at bat at the end of the game of the Philly game, where he was called out at the 1-1 right at the knees, 1-2. And they were honestly trying to defend the fact that he shouldn't have to swing the bat, because on the pitch track it showed that the ball was technically under the strike zone. I'm sorry, but with 2 strikes, you got to swing the bat. The 1-2, lifts it into center field, drifting over with his neon green shoes and his neon green sleeve. Michael Harris II makes his first out of the night, and we will be back in a flash. When we come back, Mr. Michael comes up second here in Braves country.
Hey, check it out. A snow cone machine. A snow cone machine?
No, you're saying it wrong. It's a snow cone machine.
I just found your old milkshake machine.
Oh, we're going to have to move the toaster.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac McGee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
Why is the dog on the counter?
He likes to be tall.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Joey Votto is one of the most patient, disciplined players in the game, and he could be a future Hall of Famer. He also has a ridiculously low pop-up rate over his career, which is at about 2%.
Between seasons, baseball's brightest stars supplemented their salaries on the vaudeville circuit. Outfielder Turkey Mike Donlin of the New York Giants married an actress and performed with her on tour. Cap Anson recited a monologue written for him by George M. Cohan. Even Christy Mathewson once played the Palace.
John McGraw, who had no act, he didn't sing, he didn't dance, not that the other players necessarily did, but they tried. John McGraw would go on the vaudeville circuit in the off-season and simply be John McGraw. He would recite, he would answer questions. It was a sort of a Chautauqua form in a low-life territory.
Braves in their Friday night Reds tonight. Man, Bullet Dodge, you could be a Philly fan. They have their City Connects on right now. Those things are god-awful. They are trailing the Brewers 2-1. They're in the fourth inning there in Philadelphia. First pitch on the way to Sean Murphy is swung on and lifted high and deep. Going back on the track, slamming into the wall is Rafaela. He made the catch, but the wall caught him. One away. That wall snuck up on him in a hurry. I think he's used that 420 out there in Fenway in deep center. It's right at 400 where he banged into the wall. It's a clap of the glove from Giolito. First pitch on the way to Harris. Fastball, 90 miles an hour, right down Main Street. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Down and in. 1-1. Braves lead it 1-0. Harris still sitting on 3 home runs. He's been on that for a while. 32 RBI, the 1-1 pitch. Swing, lifts it into center field. That ball's going to get down for a base hit. Goes in and out of the glove of Rafaela. He might have been trapping it anyways, but Muddy Mike's got himself a base hit to get us going here in the second inning.
What they know about that?
God bless you, Mike. Keep your game tight.
Never know. You know what I'm saying? I got a little razzle-dazzle.
Yeah, that ball was trapped. It would have been a single regardless. Rafaela diving out like that. He's fortunate the ball didn't jump over his glove. Luke Williams, the number 9 hitter, showing bunt. Why not? It's 1-0. Pulls it back. I don't mind that idea. Luke Williams batting 167. The 1-0. Swing, chops it foul, 1-1. He's a light hitting hitter just like Nick Allen, though I think Nick Allen's a little better hitter. Nick Allen tends to get on base a little more. Neither one have great power. They're really there for their glove. The 1-1 to Cool Hand Luke. Swing, pops it up. So as opposed to pushing the runner over on the bunt, he's going to give away the at-bat. It's a can of corn. The second, F4, 2 down. 2 down, and that'll be up to Ronald Acuna Jr. to get extra bases to get Harris home. Acuna, 1 for 1 with the run scored. Singled in the first inning. He's batting .348 right now with 2 home runs and 4 RBI. 1119 OPS. Flip it over to first to keep Michael close by. With 2 outs, we'll go ahead and put it on the action cam. Harris might be taking off. You figure worst case scenario, you'd have Acuna leading off the next inning. First pitch on the way. Fastball misses high. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Giolito coming set. Check swing. Kind of an excuse me swing. Fouls it down the first base dugout. 1-1. One count. Pitch on the way. High and inside. 92 miles an hour. 2-1. Giolito does not throw a heavy fastball, but it does have movement, especially when he was in his prime. He's still trying to get back to where he was with touch. The 2-1 pitch, right down Main Street, 2-2. Two count. Harris still hanging out there at first. The pitch. Outside wide, 3-2. That would have been a perfect one to go on with 2 strikes. They threw the bender. And to top it off, Narvaez dropped the ball. Now he will be on the go. So anything that gets down into the gap should score Michael with his speed. Full count. Runner at first, 2 outs. Harris. He gone. Payoff pitch. Swing. That ball's rattled back foul. Out of play down the first base side. We'll do it again. Giolito, by the way, sitting at 41 pitches, 25 for strikes. The payoff pitch. Swing, rips it into left field, off the glove of Story, and that'll be a base hit for Ronald Acuna Jr. Acuna Matata.
Vamos!
Bravo.
Hard hit ball.
Bravo.
Story was at the top of his jump, and he got up high enough, he just couldn't connect ball to glove. Went off his lip. That ball was rifled. So first and second, 2 outs. First pitch on the way to Ozzie. Pops it up. Can of corn. Another at bat given away, and that'll end the inning. Braves get a couple on, but Ozzie Albies batting second. No bueno.
You know that thing that's in your head that tells you when it's time to stop talking? Where do you get those?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Gene Autry was a man born in 1907 who you might know as the singer of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. On top of being a singer, an actor, and a soldier, Autry was also a fan of baseball. In fact, the man who sang Rudolph was also the man who founded the Angels. Who do you think is the player with the most Gold Glove awards? You might think of guys like Ozzie Smith, Brooks Robinson, or Willie Mays. But the actual answer is Greg Maddux with 18 Gold Gloves.
Is tomorrow Friday?
Yeah, why?
Because I think I'm gonna get a little loosey-goosey. But more loose than the goose. Because the goose be violent.
Hey Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Y'all always want to say, get your lick back, get your lick back, get your lick back. If I get my lick back, I'm going to jail.
One summer day in 1908, a popular vaudeville entertainer named Jack Norworth boarded a Manhattan train and saw an advertisement that read, "Baseball Today, Polo Grounds." He had never been to a professional game, but by the time he reached his stop, he had written out the lyrics for a song about baseball. When Norworth introduced the song in his act at the Amphion Theater in Brooklyn, it fell flat. But when Nickelodeon audiences were encouraged to sing along with lantern slides, it became a nationwide hit.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today. I don't know what, well, let me rephrase that before I ever start. Anybody that names himself Alabama, just take it with a grain of salt. But Alabama Retro, what the hell are you talking about? A rain delay? Is it raining in Alabama? That doesn't mean it's going to rain in Atlanta. We have clear skies here in Atlanta, Georgia. First pitch on the way is 92 mile an hour. Right there on the inner cut, just misses a call. It's 1-0. 1-0. Kicks and fires. Inside, nowhere near the zone. 2-0. Two-0 count, righty-lefty matchup. Right there, good pitch on the outer edge. Looked like the curveball. 2-1. The 2-1 count, swing, chops it foul. 2-2. Braves 1, Red Sox nothing. Top of the third inning. Braves have left 4 runners on so far. 3 in scoring position. The 2-2. Pitch high and out of the zone. 3-2. Full count to Duran, who's 0 for 1 on the day. The pitch. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn, high in the sky. Luke Williams will call fair catch at about second base. 1 away. Alabama Retro. I'm assuming you just stick your head out the window. You don't really look at the radar. Give us one of these every once in a while.
Ollie, it's gonna rain. Thanks, Ollie.
Rafael Devers, the batter. First pitch on the way, righty-lefty. Just below the knees, it's 1-0. Man, the one thing that I hate about Apple broadcasts is that they will do a double screen and you can barely see the game. The 1-0. Swing, fists it down the left field line. Coming underneath it is Verdugo for a quick out number 2. Two down. Good to see you, Grandma King. We'll throw that app in the trash. That's all I can tell you. I don't know what WFSA is, but throw it in the trash. First pitch on the way is right there at the knees. It's 0-1. We've got clear blue skies here in Atlanta. I've checked the The radar, when we went to breaks, I thought maybe I missed something. There's no chance of rain. First pitch on the way on the 0-1 is off the plate. It's 1-1. Yeah, I can't stand it's brutal. As much as I'm not a fan of ESPN or the Foxcast, the Apple ones are the worst. Pitch outside. The third base umpire, Dan Bellino, says that he went around. It's 1-2. 1-2 count. And they're showing bad angles on check swings as well. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Grant Holmes, 1-2-3. He's got it rolling here. We head to the bottom of the third, leading by 1.
I play real sports. Not trying to be the best at exercising. I'm Teddy Powers. I'm the man.
Here we go again. I mean, good morning.
So I find myself in the what doesn't kill me, better run era. And just a warning, even I'm a little scared.
You didn't get 110, it's 20 bucks, 2 $10 bills. That's actually 100. I think the tooth fairy was drinking last night.
I don't know. You know, it seems like bad things are always happening to me. Like I have bad luck or something.
Son, you don't have bad luck. The reason that bad things happen to you is because you're a dumbass.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. When Mickey Mantle was a young prospect, he went to St. Louis to try out for the Browns. But because of his scrawniness and overall unimpressive physical appearance, the Browns didn't even let him on the field. Little did they know, they had just turned away one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
People who long for the good old days before ball players got rich should have been a ball player back then. It was hard. They slept 2 to a bed often in the hotels. In fact, Rube Waddell's bunkmate required Connie Mack to put in his contract that Rube Waddell was not allowed to eat crackers in bed.
One of the crosses that Connie Mack had to bear was Rube Waddell of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. When he went to sign Rube to his first contract, he was met at the station in Punxsutawney by all the town leaders as he and Rube were about to get on the train. And Mack was terrified that they had come to to tell Rube not to sign for so little money, or that they wanted to keep him for the local team. And one of them stepped forward and said, "Mr. Mack, we're here to thank you for getting him off of our hands."
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back, Braves Country. Atlanta Braves lead this 1-1 to nothing. We're at the bottom of the third. Heart of the order will be due up. Ozuna, Olsen, and Riley. If anybody gets on, it'll be Doogie. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a swing and a miss. Off the plate, it's 0-1. The biggest thing that I would do with changing this lineup is if you put Ozzy back down to where Doogie's at number 6. Is he 0-1? Off the plate, 1-1. He's then up there with the RBI opportunities, and I just feel like he hits better. He's got a better mindset when he's at the bottom of in the middle of the order is what I should say. Pitch on the way, swung on, chopped foul down the third base line. It's 1-2. Then you would have Smurf standing right behind him, and it would flow better. And if you're wondering who I would put at the number 2 spot, I'd probably just put Verdugo up there, because if nothing else, he's going to move the runner over if Acuna gets on. The 1-2. Swing, fouls it away. We'll do it again. I don't like the idea of moving Michael too high up in the order, because he, like Ozzy, it just almost feels like that they try to do too much. It's just, and it's not something the team's asking them to do. They just put the pressure on themselves. The 1-2. Chopper out in front of the home plate. It's going to be an easy 2-3 put out. You know, Ozuna's not beating anybody down the line. What away. One down. That'll bring Matt Olson back to the plate. Olsen single to right his first time up. Acuna scoring. He was given the RBI, by the way. There was no error on that drop ball, and you can't expect that to be an error anyways. First pitch on the way to Olsen is off the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. 80 just misses outside. 1-1. 1-1 count. Bottom of the third. Braves lead at 1-0. The pitch to Olsen. Swing. That ball's ripped over to second. Backhanded. Good play by Campbell. He'll flip it over to first. And it's a 4-3 put out. 2 down. Hard hit ball once again by Matt Olsen, though. He raked that one into right field. That was a hard chopper. Good play by Campbell. He had to backhand it, heading towards second. When he dropped to the ground, had to spin. Not that Olsen's a big threat to run there, but to keep his composure and fire a perfect strike to first, pretty good for the youngster. First pitch on the way to Riley. He's 1-0. Riley struck out his first time up. 1-0. Swing. Hits it hard over to third. That'll be an easy play by Meyer. He'll flip it over to first. And they're going to say that, well, the third took him off the bag, but he tagged him anyways. That'll end the inning. 5-3 put out. And that was a gift to Giolito. That was a quick inning. Swinging at early counts with Riley and Icehouse. We'll be back in a flash.
Leave me alone. I'm a happily married man.
There's no way you're happy. You have 2 kids. Your wife is a disaster. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I will show her this. She will divorce you. You will become my brother forever.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. AL MVP Shohei Ohtani was not only a great hitter in 2021, but also a solid pitcher. A stat to show this is that in high leverage situations, Ohtani had the highest OPS as a hitter, and he held hitters to the lowest OPS as a pitcher. This means that Shohei was the clutchest hitter and pitcher.
George Edward Rube Waddell may have been the strangest man ever to play in the big leagues. A farmer's son from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He possessed a fastball fearsome enough and a curve wicked enough to lead the American League in strikeouts for 6 straight years and to outpitch Cy Young for 20 innings. But it was his personality that most people remembered. He poured ice water on his arm before he pitched because he said otherwise he'd burn up the catcher's glove. And when he won a game, he sometimes turned cartwheels on the mound. He drank too much. The Sporting News called him the Southpaw, and he couldn't quite remember how many women he'd married. Between seasons, Waddell wrestled alligators and toured in a vaudeville melodrama, The Stain of Guilt. On the field, his attention tended to wander. Opponents could break his concentration by holding up puppies or bright, shiny toys. He loved fires, and when a fire bell clanged, he had to be restrained from leaving the game to chase the fire engine. Exasperated teammates and opposing players never knew what he'd do next, but fans loved him.
Welcome back. You're listening over on Facebook. Our time is through there. We're going to shut her down, so catch us over on YouTube. Braves Country Radio on YouTube, as we will continue to carry the entire game. We'll see you over there. We head to the top of the 4th inning. First pitch on the way is 94. Just off the plate to Narvaez. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Swing, fouls it away, 1-1. Milwaukee has taken a 5-1 lead in Philadelphia, so good news in Pennsylvania. What if Joe Ross is pitching? The Pitch on the way, swung on and fouled straight back. It's 1-2. One, two. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Got him. He chased the slider down and away. Good pitch by Mr. Grant Holmes. One down. That, by the way, if you're keeping score, is the 6th strikeout of the night. He's got 1 walk through 53 pitches. So he's pretty good on that front. We're not getting much help in Colorado or in New York. Colorado trails the Mets 3-0 there in the 4th. First pitch on the way to the left-handed bat of Meyer is right there, first strike. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup, the 0-1. Swing, chops it towards first, and that's going to be an easy. Now they're going to say it was foul. Must have hit his foot. Thought it was strange because the rookie was just standing there. I'm like, man, Boston media will annihilate him if he's not running that out. It did just barely touch the front of his padding with essentially a shin guard on the front of his shin. Kind of a sawed off version. I don't know why you wouldn't wear the big ones, man. I'd be looking like I had a hazmat suit on if I was up there. The 0-2 chops it foul. We'll do it again. (0-2) count. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Got him. 7th strikeout of the night. 2 away. Good pitch by Holmes. Chased the bender in the dirt below his knees. Grant Holmes goes back to work. First pitch on the way. Is a bending curveball up top. It's 0-1. Abraham Toro singled his first time up. He's batting .271 with 3 home runs. The 0-1. Outside wide, 1-0. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, nowhere near the zone, 95 to him. Braves 1, Boston nothing. Out-of-town scoreboard looks about like this. Brewers lead the Phillies 5-1 in the 6th. A's and J's 6-2 Toronto. As that pitch is swung on and roasted into right field for a 2-out single for the Boston Red Sox, which will bring Trevor Story to the plate. Angels 1-0 in Cleveland, leading the Guardians there in the 4th. Rockies trail the Mets 3-0 in the 4th. Actually now heading to the 5th. Giants 2-0 over the Marlins in the 4th. Cardinals and Rangers just getting going. They're scoreless in the 1st. First pitch on the way. Swing. That ball's belted. If it's fair, it's gone. And she is gone. Smoked over that left field wall. Good night, Irene. A hanger, and Trevor Story has taken the lead with a 2-run shot, 431 feet over the bullpen in left field. Told you the wind was blowing out. That had nothing to do with the wind. That thing was smoked. The 2-1 your score. Holmes will have to go back to work now and try to figure this thing out. First pitch on the way. Swing, rifled foul down the right field line. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss, 95 up top. 0-2. The 0-2. Looked like he went around, did he? He did not. Wow, Phil Cousy actually called a check swing, a no swing. And Alex Cora, he just motioned to Phil Cousy jokingly, basically saying right on with a smile. The 1-2. Down and away, 2-2. I wonder what it's like to have a manager that has a personality. 2-2 count. Holmes brings it. Fastball swatted down towards the first base dugout, into the dugout near the camera well. Do it again. Christian Campbell, he's 0 for 1 on the day. The 2-2. Inside, full count. Payoff pitch. Swing, chops, and foul. Will do it again. Full count once again. Swing. Hits it over towards short. Luke's got to hurry with the speed of Campbell. He'll fire it across the diamond. 6-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Boston Red Sox put 2 on the board. Braves trail by 1. We'll grab the sticks. Try to even this sucker up when we return.
Exes be like, but I gave you the world. You gave me depression and a yeast infection. Shut the up.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. There have been 4 times where a player to be named later was themselves. For example, in 2005, John McDonald was traded from the Blue Jays to the Tigers for a player to be named later. 4 months later, the trade was completed when McDonald was reacquired by the Blue Jays as the player to be named later.
Hey Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
I just super daddied my pants.
What?
Should do those. I my pants, I think.
You don't have pants on.
Sunday would come and the little park would be packed way before game time. Everybody wanting to see the great Rube Waddell pitch. Nowhere to be found. Manager'd be having a fit. And then just a few minutes before the game time, there'd be a commotion in the grandstand. You'd hear people laughing and yelling, "Here comes Rube! Here comes Rube!" And there he'd come right through the stands. He'd jump down onto the field, cut across the infield, the clubhouse, taking off his shirt as he went. In about 3 minutes, he never wore any underwear. He'd run back out in uniform and yell, "All right, let's get him." Sam Crawford.
They're not getting 3D in Alabama, I guess. I don't know what you're talking about, Bama. First pitch on the way to Alex Verdugo. He's right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. Verdugo batting .264 on the year. Inside, 1-1. 1-1 count. Yeah, once again, Brian, I don't control it. You must be hanging out in Alabama today, too. The 1-1 down and in, 2-1. It's funny that it changed just as you mentioned it, because I had nothing to do with it. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, fouls it straight back. We'll do it again. 2-2 count. Braves trail 2-1. Bottom half of the order here, 6, 7, and 8 batters. It'll be Doogie, Smurf, and Harris. The 2-2. Inside high, 3-2. Verdugo trying to work his way aboard. Full count. Rocks and fires. Missed high. Did he go around? They checked down the third base line. They said he did not, so that's going to be a leadoff walk for Dr. Doogie, and that's not nothing. Let's get it, Braves country.
What's going on? Blood pressure's coming up. The pulse is getting stronger. Get the OR ready. We've got a live one going and we want him to stay that way.
First pitch on the way. Right-handed batter Smurf is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swing, lifts it into center field, and that's down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves got something cooking here. First and second, nobody out.
Me. I must call an emergency meeting.
Don't try to fool me.
Squared it up, hit it on the screws at the end of the bat and sent it to center field. That'll bring Harris up to the plate. You got to keep in mind Luke Williams stands on deck. First pitch on the way. 86 on the edge. Outer quadrant, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Michaels 1 for 1 on the day with a single. The 0-1. Takes 92 right down the pipe. It's 0-2. Count. Swing. Bangs it down the first base line, but foul. Braves trail 2-1. The 0-2. Set up way outside wide, goes out and gets it, lifts it towards right center, and that's going to be an easy out. Chased a pitch 3 inches off the plate. The catcher was sitting out there, so they know that he will chase that. He's really there just a glove man nowadays. Honestly, Harris rarely gets on base and in a big spot, and you can't drop him much lower. I mean, I guess you could put him at the number 9 hole. But that's about it. That's about as far down as you can get him on the batting order. Here's hoping Luke Williams can do something. If nothing else, move the batters over. He's 0 for 1 today. He showed bunt his first time up, but then did not do it again. First pitch on the way. Check swing, fouls it back. It's 0-1. The Braves continue to play for the big inning. And that's one of the reasons why their runners in scoring position was always so bad. because they have given that mentality to their players that they are looking for that crooked number every time. The 0-1 misses high, called for a strike. It's 0-2. Vondrick strike. That's a good old-fashioned Clint Vondrick strike right there, but an inch or so high out of the zone. So he's going to have to expand his strike zone now. No 2 count. They set up down low. Swing, chops it over towards first. That will work like a bunt, though it was not intended that way. The ball's grounded over to first off the end of the bat. Toro steps on the bag, and the runners at first and second move to second and third with Ron Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. You wonder if they may walk Acuna to get to Ozzie. First and second, you'd think they would probably at least pitch around him. He's 2 for 2 on the day. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. First pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-0. We might be getting our answer right here. They're trying to get him to swing well out of the zone. If he gets behind in the count, they may just put him on. He's 2 for 2. He scored the Braves' only run. 1-0. Set up down low again. Swing and a miss. Ooh, mercy. 1-1. He pulled the change up there just in front of it. 1-1 count. Outside wide. 2-1. Standing on deck is Ozzie, so they may, if they get behind 3-1, I don't know if they would just try to attack him or if they just go ahead and put him on first. It seems more likely. The 2-1 swing, rifles that foul right down Main Street. 2-2. So a big spot here in the game. The tying and go-ahead runs stand at second and third. Two outs. The 2-2. Down and away, ball 3, 3-2. Full count. Giolito has thrown 73 pitches. The payoff pitch to Ronnie. Swing! That ball's hammered foul down the right field line. Out of play. That pitch was right down Main Street. Giolito was shooting for the top of the zone, and he got it about belt high. That is right in the wheelhouse of Acuna. He was just a touch behind it. The payoff pitch. They set up low. Could be the change. Swing. Fouls it away. Do it again. It was the change, but it hung up high in the zone. Up in the top corner. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat, and all he has seen is fastballs and changes. The payoff pitch once again. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Acuna down on strikes. He got schooled on that one. They brought the slider in, and that'll end the inning. Giolito's got a wry grin on his face. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
People would be like, damn, you're just so chill. I'm like, thanks, I gave up.
Lastly, before I open the bar in the morning, I always make sure to turn on the Coors sign, let people know we got Ice Delicious Coors in the bar, and then that's the last thing I do.
That sign does not say Coors.
Come outside, come outside, come outside.
It's closed. It says closed.
Okay. Yeah, right, I can see that now, but, you can't really read it from the inside.
You can't read it from the outside.
All right.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Both Cecil and Prince Fielder ended their careers with 319 home runs. They both made their major league debuts at the age of 21. They both had one season with 50 or more home runs, one season with 40 or more home runs, and 4 seasons with 30 or more home runs. Exactly 40% of their hits went for extra base hits, and 22% of the balls they put into play were line drives. And that's not all. They also matched each other with 97 two-out home runs, 49 fourth-inning home runs, 29 fifth-inning home runs, and 18 ninth-inning home runs.
Players like Waddell, with their drinking, with their bad acting, with their inability to take their profession seriously, they came to baseball in its early years in very large numbers because baseball, though popular, was outside social norms. The instability of a career where you might work for a year or two and then be gone, the jumping from team to team, seemed to be suited toward individuals who couldn't fit as well in the rest of society. Now, it helped in the case of Rube Waddell and many of these other sociopathic figures, that in addition to being sociopaths, they also had incredibly strong arms or very good batting eyes.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Atlanta Braves trail this one 2-1. We go to the top of 5. Grant Holmes stands in, first pitch, down and away. It's 1-0. Rafael, the number 9 hitter, at the plate. Righty-righty matchup. 1-0. Down and away. 2-0. 2-0 count. Swing, fouls it back. 2-1. I don't think I realized Jason Varitek was with the Red Sox. I saw him on the card list, but I've never seen him in the actual dugout. I didn't realize he was in the dugout. Pitch on the way. Foul. Popped it up down the foul territory. Acuna giving chase. He'll make the grab for a out number 1 here in the 5th. Good hustle by Acuna. It's amazing how far Matt Olson gets down that first base line. A lot of first basemen don't even venture out in that territory. And he basically said, all right, man, if you want it, you got it. But he has caught so many balls over his shoulder in that same area over the years. I think we almost take it for granted. First pitch on the way to the leadoff batter with 1 out. Jarren Duran. Right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty-lefty swung on, chops it over to first. Flips it to Holmes covering the bag. 2 down. Two up, 2 down. That'll bring Rafael Devers he got a seeing eye single earlier in the game. 1 for 2 on the day. First pitch. Inside, 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing! Pops it up. High and out of play. Pop that over the first base side. One count. Pitch swung on, chopped down the first base line, foul. Right after the swing, Devers took a weird dip. I don't know if he just lost his balance. It almost looked like he squeaked something, but he appears to be okay. One, two count. Braves trail it 2-1. We're here in the top of the 5th inning. Holmes gets set, fires. Tried to grab the curveball off the outer edge, just missed it. Pitch on the way, right there, caught looking strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry. Hard heat on the outer edge. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Do you want me to get you a drink?
No, it's 8:30 in the morning. What is wrong with you?
But we're at the airport.
Oh, that's right. No, I already have one. I'm good. Thanks.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why does Kenley Jansen wear the number 74? Jansen was one of the best closers of the 2010s, but things haven't always been good for Kenley. When he was 12, his father suffered a stroke and he couldn't work anymore. As a result, his mother Bernadette had to work day and night to support the family. She would tell Kenley and his siblings that everything was okay when they were actually in deep financial troubles. Kenley knew about the family's issues, so he promised her he would do everything he could to fix their problems. At the age of 17, Jansen was a catcher and he signed with the Dodgers. He had a good arm but was struggling at the plate, so the Dodgers turned him into a pitcher. In 2011, the Dodgers gave him a major league contract worth $416,000. With no hesitation, Kenley sent the money to his family back in Curacao in order to help pay off the home's mortgage. That house in Curacao is on Kaya Kokolishi 74, and Jansen wears the number 74 to honor his family and his roots.
Hey Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
In 1904, Waddell struck out 349 batters, a record for American League left-handers, but he was just too hard to handle. Though he was one of the greatest pitchers in baseball, his unreliability infuriated his teammates, and he was driven out of the big leagues and then out of the minors. Waddell contracted tuberculosis, helping victims of a flood, and died on April 1st, 1914, at the age of 37.
Ozzie Albies leads us off. Giolito goes back to work. He gets a very favorable Vondrick strike below the knees. It's 0-1. Ozzie gives him the side eye after the call. The 0-1. Down and in, almost got him. Probably should have let that hit. It was a slow bender. 1-1. Ozzie will have to dust himself off here for a second. 1-1 count. If you're going to get hit by one of his pitches, that's the pitch to get hit by. Braves trail by 1, bottom of the 5th. 1-1. High and out of the zone. 2-1. Due up in this inning, we'll have Ozzie and Ozuna, and then Olsen. If anybody gets on, Austin Riley. Giolito on the 2-1 pitch. Swing, chops it foul off the plate. Ozzie's now 2-2. Giolito is already at 80 pitches. So if the Braves put anything together in this inning, this could be his last. The 2-2 count. Swing, pops it up. High in the sky. Over towards the third base dugout. It'll bend out of play. We'll do it again. I think what I hate the most about the broadcast on Apple are all the goofy expected stats they put in the right-hand corner. Like right now it says reach basic probability 28%. Based on what? There's a lot of things to take into consideration there. The 2-2 count. Down and in, 3-2. Full count here to start the inning. Ozzie trying to work his way aboard. They set up on the outer edge. Here's the pitch. Swing! That ball's hammered down the right field line. Just foul. Ozzie almost got that one down into the corner. He'd have been running for days. Full count. Infield back into the right. The payoff pitch. Swing hits it up the middle. Should be an easy 6-3 putout. Story's got it. He does. Ozzie heads back to the dugout. One away. And they give him such a big chunk of grass on the left side of the infield. And they're playing so deep. When he comes up with no strikes on him, he ought to really think about pushing a bunt down that third base line. I mean, it is enormous considering Ozzie's speed. Marcell Ozuna, the batter, first pitch on the way, pops it up. That'll be a can of corn. Who wants it? Third baseman will grab it. Meyer quickly 2 down. So another at bat given away. That's going to be it for Cora. This is a manager, y'all. Cora's going to go out there and get Giolito. He's not going to trust him. He's going to put the left-hander in against Olsen. That's what managing looks like. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Olsen to face the tough left-hander when we return.
If I ever say, do you want me to be honest? You might want to just say no.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac McGee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play-by-Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
Excuse me, what the hell's going on out here? Well, Nook's scared because his eyelids are jammed and his old man's here. We need a live, was it a live rooster? We need a live rooster to take the curse off Jose's glove, and nobody seems to know what to get Millie or Jimmy for their wedding present.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. BJ and Justin Upton both hit their 99th career home runs on the same day, July 20th, 2012. They would follow that up with their 100th career home run on the same day, August 3rd. In between the home runs, they both had 7 hits, 6 singles, and an extra base hit.
I love watching closely what I think is this psychological duel between the pitcher and the batter, as well as a physical duel, knowing that each one is anticipating what the other one is going to do, and that one of them is going to win, one is going to lose. I mean, that's what's so wonderful about it. I mean, people who don't understand baseball think about, well, what is it, these 9 guys on the field? If you love it at that moment, it's just as exciting as a heavyweight boxing match. These 2 people are dueling each other, and with all of their memory of the other person, and the great pitchers and the great batters have studied the other person. That's what's so wonderful.
First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is right there for a strike from the left-hander Wilson. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Outside wide 1-1. Giolito's got to be ticked though. He was 1 out away from getting a qualifying for a win. Justin Wilson, 2.41 ERA. Tough against left-handers, the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Olsen well off of that one. It's 0-2. So we're into the Red Sox bullpen. The Braves just scraped one run against Giolito, who they have owned. The 1-2. Try to get him to chase that slider off the edge again. 2-2. 2-2 count. Lefty-lefty matchup. The pitch. Good take by Olson there. I'll tell you what. That thing was bending away, and it dropped at the last second. Olson's read it a few times. He recognized it and spit on it. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So the move to the bullpen worked, and the Braves come up snake eyes once again. We'll head to the top of the 6th, trailing by 1.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The San Francisco Giants were very close to becoming the Toronto Giants. In 1976, Giants owner Horace Stoneham sold the team to a group of companies in Toronto. The Toronto Giants were set to debut later that year, but a U.S. court stopped the deal. After hearing the news, a man named Bob Lurie bought the Giants and kept them in San Francisco.
What's the best part of being a Mets fan? To be honest with you, like the character development, it really builds you for the rest of your life because it's such a miserable franchise. A lot of peaks and valleys with this team. So if that's the best part, what's the worst part? Probably May through September.
Myers bringing it, and the pitch is hit in the air, foul, off first, Benzinger backing and calling, and the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Bell, left field, way back, Blue Jays win it! The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
On August 2nd, 1907, I encountered the most threatening sight I ever saw on a ball field. He was only a rookie, and we licked our lips as we warmed up. Evidently, manager Pongo Joe Cantillon had picked a rube out of the cornfields of the deepest bushes to pitch against us. He was a tall, shambling galoot, with arms so long they hung far out of his sleeves and with a sidearm delivery that looked unimpressive at first glance. One of the Tigers imitated a cow mooing, and we hollered, "Get the pitchfork ready, Joe. Your hayseed's on the way back to the barn." The first time I faced him, I watched him take that easy wind-up, and then something went past that made me flinch. The thing just hissed with danger. We couldn't touch him. Every one of us knew we'd met the most powerful arm ever turned loose in a ballpark. Ty Cobb.
Brewers lead the Phillies 5-2 there in the 8th. The Brewers are batting. Mets lead the Rockies 3-1 there in the 7th. Grant Holmes goes back to work for the 6th inning. First pitch on the way. All well off the plate. It's 1-0. Abreu standing in with 13 home runs and 29 RBI and 841 OPS. He's 0 for 1 with the walk. 1-0. Nowhere near the zone 2-0. Grant Holmes sitting at 83 pitches, so probably his last inning. 2-0 count. Swing, chops it off his instep. Man, that got a piece of him. He's hopping around. Two-one count. They're giving Abreu a second to walk that off. That must have got him. I think it got him like right on the bone. He steps back into the box. That'll smart tomorrow for sure. The 2-1. Swing. Pops it back down the line. Foul. Riley gives chase. It's going to go into the crowd. Just past the third base dugout. 2-2. 2-2. Swing, fouls it back. Do it again. Two-two. Holmes brings it high and out of the zone. Full count now. So he's in danger of walking the leadoff hitter here in the 6th inning, trailing by 1. Lo and behold, the Colorado Rockies have cut it to a 1-run lead in New York. Sam Hilliard just hit his first home run of the year, if you remember Sam, ex-Atlanta Brave. The payoff pitch, swing, fouls it back. Full count. Payoff pitch. Swing, pops that down the line out of play. Riley gives Chase Willett. Nah, it's going to bend out. So we'll do it again. The payoff pitch. Holmes. Another fastball fouled. Really making him work here. Talking about his last inning. This may be his last batter if this at bat continues. The payoff pitch one more time. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. Man, was that in a battle. That's his 9th strikeout of the night. Grant Holmes pitched a good game. Just gave up that one hanging slider for the home run. Other than that, he's been really good tonight. That home run's been his bugaboo. That was his 11th home run given up of the year. First pitch on the way to Narvaez is swung on and rifled towards the gap. Michael's not getting to that one. It's going to be a 1-out double as a balloon throw towards second base will chase the runner in. They've got a runner in scoring position with 1 out. Narvaez just tattooed that ball. That looked like a get-me-over strike after that long at bat, and Narvaez was ready for it. One on, 1 out. Standing is the left-handed bat of Meyer. First pitch on the way, swung on, chops it over to second. Ozzie has it. Punches it over to Olsen. 2 down. Narvaez does make it down to third. So you got to be aware of any kind of wild pitch or any blunder of any kind would score the runner. That'll bring Abraham Toro to the plate. Trevor Story banged the ball out of the park his last time up is standing on deck. First pitch to Toro, right there at the knees. Teardrop curveball. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing, rifles it back foul. It's 0-2. Still 5-2 in Philadelphia. The Brewers lead that one there in the bottom of the 8th. The 0-2 count. Kranitz always has that look like he's wanting and about to say something, but he never does in that dugout. The 0-2. Swing, fouls away. We'll do it again. It's like he knows his place. He knows he's not the manager, but it always seems like something's right at the edge of his tongue. If you ever watch him in the dugout, right then they were showing him. He was just kind of, he had that grimace like. we need to do this or we need to do that. He is right on the edge of his tongue. The 0-2 from Holmes. Swing ripped. That ball is off the wall. That's going to be a run. It's 3-1 Boston. It is an RBI double. 2 out. Double off the wall. And Grant Holmes sitting at 97 pitches. Will they let him pitch the story? Maybe that's what was on the edge of the tongue of Kranitz. Man, he launched that. We're lucky it's not 4-1. He didn't have enough pop to get it there. It died at the wall, at the base of the wall. That is going to be it. Kranitz woke up Snicker, and we'll go to the pen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. On this date in 1894, after going 0-for-6 in the first game of a doubleheader, Boston Beaneater Bob Lowe becomes the first major leaguer to hit 4 home runs in one game, helping Boston beat the Cincinnati Reds and Elton Icebox Chamberlain 20-11. On this date in 1913, Boston Red Sox outfielder and future Hall of Famer Harry Hooper becomes the first major leaguer to start both ends of a doubleheader with a leadoff home run. The feat will not occur again until 1993, when Oakland A's leadoff hitter Ricky Henderson opens each game of a twin bill against the Cleveland Indians with the 4-bagger. And on this date, 1921, during an impressive Memorial Day ceremony at the Polo Grounds, the Eddie Grant Memorial is erected in memory of a former Giants player killed in World War I. Under the watchful eye of baseball commissioner Kennesaw Mountain Landis, the 5-foot-high monument located at the base of the clubhouse wall in center field, 465 feet from home plate, is unveiled by the Harvard-educated third baseman's sister, Florence Grant Robinson, and Louise Grant Winters. And that's your Braves Country Radio on this date in baseball history. Find us on YouTube and Facebook today. De Los Santos coming in to pick up the scraps. First pitch on the way, nowhere near the zone. Down and away, it's 1-0. Trevor Story 1 for 2 with a 2-run bomb earlier in the game to grab the lead. Braves trail this one 3-1. 1-0. Fastball, rifled back foul, 1-1. 97 at the knees. 1-1 count. 3-1 your score. Runner at second with 2 outs. So anything that gets down should score him as well. To 1-1. 96 off the plate. 2-1. Christian Campbell, the rookie, standing on deck. The 2-1, swing and a miss. 2-2. Raymond's asking about prices of food in the ballpark. I mean, all ballparks nowadays are very expensive. I don't think there's a coupon you can bring in there to save you any dough, man. They're going to take it to you. They know they got you stuck. It's like Disney World. The 2-2 misses high and out of the zone. Ball 3, 3-2. They know you're stuck. You can't order Uber Eats to bring you something into the stadium. Full count to Story. Smurf sets out wide. Fastball caught, looking, strike 3. 96 in the corner. Good pitch by De Los Santos, and that'll end the inning. But not before Boston puts another one on the board. They lead by a couple. We go to bottom of 6.
Coming out of retirement for this one.
Whoa, what?
Yeah.
Buddy, I don't know who you are. You're about to get chlamydia.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Billy Wagner is possibly the best left-handed reliever of all time. Despite being a lefty, Wagner was born a natural righty. At the age of 7, he broke his right arm not once, but twice. While recovering, Billy learned to throw left-handed, and the rest is history. You might think that the St. Louis Cardinals are named after the bird, but that's not the case. In 1899, a reporter named Willie McHale overheard a woman talking about the, at the time, St. Louis Perfectos uniforms, saying that they were a lovely shade of cardinal. Fans liked the moniker Cardinals, and the name stuck.
Armchair.
Washington manager Joe Cantillon had received a report about a 19-year-old pitcher said to be tearing up the Idaho State League. This boy throws so fast you can't see him, the scout said, and he knows where he is throwing because if he didn't, there would be dead bodies all over Idaho. Walter Perry Johnson was a modest country boy from Humboldt, Kansas, with broad shoulders, long arms, and a curious motion that delivered the ball faster than any other pitcher had before him, and perhaps none has since. Still, he was cautious. Before signing up, he asked for a return ticket home, just in case things didn't work out back east. Things did work out. Johnson hurled the ball so fast that one batter left the box after 2 swings. The umpire told him he had a 3rd swing coming. "I know," he said, "and you can have the next one. It won't do me any good." "There's only one way to time Johnson's fastball," said Bertie McCree. "When you see the arm start forward, swing." Another batter simply shook his head. "You can't hit what you can't see."
In the words of the umpire, Billy Evans, he said, "Was it hard to call a game that Walter Johnson was pitching?" And he said, "Well, it wasn't really that hard. They wouldn't second guess me because not only were my eyes closed, their eyes were closed too."
Milwaukee has taken a 6-2 lead. So that's good news in Philadelphia. Braves got to climb back into this one, trailing 3-1. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Garrett Whitlock will come out of the bullpen, 3-0 with a 3.9 ERA. 34 strikeouts, 12 walks in 27 innings. Former starter, first pitch on the way, 95 right down the pipe. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 swung on, fouled away. It's 0-2. Oh-2 count. Austin Riley leading us off here. It'll be Riley, Doogie, and Smurf. Here in the bottom of the 6th, still 4 innings to go of offense. The 0-2 down and away, 1-2. Austin Riley 0 for 2 on the day. A strikeout and a ground out to third. The 1-2. Swing, chops it off his instep. We'll do it again. Same 2 teams back at it tomorrow, 4:10 first pitch. As of right now, it's Spencer Schwellenbach versus Walker Buehler, assuming the Braves don't bring up Elder. As the 1-2's below the knees. 2-2. Two count. Down and away, ball 3, 3-2. Standing on deck is Verdugo. The 3-2. Misses, ball 4. So Matt Olson will head on down to first. Leadoff walk. First pitch on the way to Doogie is a P at the knees, 95 miles an hour. 0-1. What you're going to see here from Whitlock, he throws a 4-pitch mix of a sinker, a slider, a changeup, and a sweeper. The 0-1. Chopped over towards second. They're going to flip it over to second. Get the lead runner, Riley. Verdugo will replace him at first on a fielder's choice, one away. Campbell almost dropped the ball. He had a hard time getting it out of his glove. I was wondering what took him so long. He was fumbling the ball. We almost got a break there. He gets it out clean. They might have doubled us up. It would have been close. First pitch on the way is down and in to Sean Murphy. It's 1-0. Smurf can tie it up with one swing. The 1-0, righty-righty matchup. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Chase one out of the zone by about 3 inches up and in. 1-1. Not only was he late, that pitch was nowhere near the zone. It must have just looked good coming out the hand. The 1-1, another pitch, same spot, same result. Dusted 1-2. What is he doing? What's funny is Whitlock's not even aiming for that spot. He might get an strikeout on 3 straight pitches. If he throws that pitch again, I don't think Smurf can hold off of it. Question is, can he throw that when he's not aiming there? The 1-2. Caught, looking strike 3. Backwards K. Sean Murphy. Unbelievably bat. 2 down. 96 on the outer edge with 2 strikes. You got to swing the bat. And we've seen this more and more all year long. You cannot convince me it's not the batting coach, Tim Hyer. He's in their head. There's something going on. These guys don't know to swing the bat. First pitch on the way to Harris. It's foul tipped out of the glove. It's 0-1. And you can every once in a while say, well, it's not. He's not standing there holding the bat, and I get that part of it. But when it's over and over and over again, it's different players. It's not the same guy every time. We're getting more backwards Ks than I've ever remembered. The 0-1. Swing. That ball's lifted high into right field, and it'll be a fly ball catch into the glove of Abreu, and that'll end the inning. Another 0 for Harris. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'll be late for work again. That's the 5th time I've been late this week. It's only Tuesday.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac McGee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
JD.
So's your face.
That doesn't even make any sense.
So's your face. Always makes sense.
JD, that's stupid.
So's your face. I'm on fire. Hello!
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Bob Feller was one of the best and most feared pitchers of all time, especially because of his fastball. As a teenager, Feller was already a famous prospect. At the age of 16, a scout offered Feller a contract of $1 and an autographed baseball, which Feller accepted.
Walter Johnson's record of 110 shutouts still stands. He once held the New York Highlanders scoreless 3 times in 4 days. And although he rarely had the backing from the Senators that he deserved, he managed to win 417 games over his career and to win 20 or more games for 10 successive seasons. The relentless velocity of his pitching won him the nickname Big Train.
Sometimes he's referred to as a legend. He isn't a legend. A legend, according to Webster, has yet to be proved. It's a bit mythical. There's nothing mythical about Walter Johnson. He existed and was probably the best pitcher of all time.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We head to the top of the 7th. First pitch on the way from De Los Santos. He goes back out there to face Campbell. It's a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Kicks and fires, down and away. 1-1. One count. .97 off the plate. Ball 2-1. The 2-1 from Enel. Right there at the knees, 2-2. What you'll see from Enel, he's got a 3-pitch mix. Primarily, it's his four-seam and his slider. They come in at a total of 85% of the time, almost a straight split. 15% of the time, he will throw that change. The 2-2. Swing, rifles it into right field, and that's down for a base hit. Cunha cuts it off before it can get to the wall. So it'll be a long single for Christian Campbell and another leadoff hitter on for the Boston Red Sox. Way too much of the plate, especially for a pitch with 2 strikes. That rookie was sitting dead red, and he got it. They are high on this kid. I don't even hear much about Vaughn Grissom anymore in the Boston Red Sox. They must just be taking that as an L. Enel flips it over to first. That's a little closer than it should have been. Campbell a little slow getting back, but he was under the tag. First pitch on the way, swung on and popped back foul. Rafaela, 0-1. In theory, we have Schwellenbach and Strider the next 2 days. They'll have Buehler and Crochet. The big question is, when do they bring back Elder? Another flip over there, another close play. But now, if Enel goes over to first, he's got to get him or it'll be called a balk. The 0-1 swung on, foul back. It's 0-2. Mets lead the Rockies by 1 in the bottom of the 8th. Lindor just hit a leadoff triple. Oh, 2 count. Down and away. 1-2. Braves trail 3-1. Top of the 7th. Nobody out. 1 on at first. The 1-2 to the number 9 hitter. The pitch. Swing, chops it over to first, but just foul. We're not going to love the matchup, but I still contend there's a very good chance we end up seeing Bryce Elder on Sunday versus Garrett Crochet, because it would give Strider the extra day off. Pitch on the way, swung on, dribbled up the middle. Luke Williams going to have to hurry. There's no way he's getting Rafael on that one. And it's an infield single. 2 on and nobody out here in the 7th. They ended up changing that call in New York. It was a home run by Lindor. It hit the top of their wall. Remember, we've talked about this before, how different ballparks have different rules. When New York in Citi Field, if it hits the top of that orange stripe, is considered a home run. Forget what game we were at the other day where that wasn't considered a home run. It's so weird. You'd think it would be universal. That's it for De Los Santos. Couldn't get anybody out here in the 7th. They're going back to the pen. We'll be back in a flash.
People say you're too old to be fighting. Well, you're too old to be talking to someone like me because I will punch you in your damn throat.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
I understand that we're not friends anymore. Okay, look, man, you brought this on yourself. I know I did, but that's no reason for me to suffer.
Why did Robin Ventura charge the mound against Nolan Ryan? Robin Ventura getting beaten by Nolan Ryan in a headlock is absolutely iconic. But why did Ventura think it was a good idea to go after Ryan? Pudge Rodriguez has gone on record saying that the White Sox and Rangers had bad blood for years, even as recently as the previous series between the two teams. The inning before the fight, White Sox pitcher Alex Fernandez plunked Ranger outfielder Juan Gonzalez. When Nolan Ryan got on the mound, he retaliated by hitting Robin Ventura. Ventura felt that it was intentional, so he decided to go for it. After the game, Nolan Ryan claimed innocence, saying, "I didn't expect that to happen. I was just trying to pitch him inside." Ventura, on the other hand, felt it was 100% intentional, saying, "If you don't think he did it on purpose, you don't know the game."
New York writers were determined to make Christy Mathewson the best pitcher, the pitcher hero of all time. And in that sense, they were tended to ignore Walter Johnson. They couldn't do this because Walter Johnson surpassed Mathewson in so many ways. If Walter Johnson was pitching for a team that had the winning percentage of Mathewson's Giants, there would have been no contest.
Runners on first and second, nobody out. And Dylan Lee trying to put out the fire. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike to left-handed bat of Duran. It's 0-1. Duran 0 for 3 on the day. 0-1, swing and a miss, it's 0-2. He popped out to shortstop 2 times, then grounded to first. 0-2 count. These Apple probabilities in the corner, they have the goofiest stats. I don't know if anyone agrees with me, but it's distracting and dumb. The 0-2. Just got a piece of it. They try to break everything down into math probability game. Baseball just isn't that simple. That's why it is the greatest sport. The 0-2 count. Lee comes set, brings it. Swing, pops it back foul, 94, right in his kitchen. We'll do it again. Garrett, I don't even know if he's fair weather. Willis, I don't know if he's fair weather. He might be just sunshiny day weather. The 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. Slider off the plate, went away. You can't be partly cloudy skies. It's got to be full sunshine, breeze a-blowing. It's what I like to call college football syndrome. Rafael Devers, the batter, first pitch on the way, 94 off the plate. It's 1-0. You ever notice college football fans have little patience for real sports because they think everything's going to be easy, like a college football slate? When you're playing William and Mary 4 or 5 times on your schedule. The 1-0, 96 outside wide, 2-0. 2-0 count. Lefty-lefty matchup. Rafael Devers digs in. The pitch is in the dirt, 3-0. Standing on deck is a brace. It doesn't get any easier. If you walk Devers, you're going to put another runner down to third base with less than 2 outs. You're kind of picking your poison between Devers and Abreu. Sticky situation for Lee, the 3-0. Swing and a miss, got him to chase, 3-1. The 3-1. This is outside, ball 4. So he'll walk Devers down to first, and the bases are now juiced with just 1 out. Facing Abreu, who has 13 home runs. This might be the biggest at bat of the game here. Dylan Lee, who throws his slider 55% of the time, could not get it in the zone in that at bat. Can he recapture that? The control. He throws the four-seamer at 33 and the change at 12%. He used to throw a curveball, but you rarely ever see it anymore. In fact, I don't think he's thrown one this year. Smurf is out there talking to Lee, and Lee's out there talking to Smurf, and they're both saying, what the hell do I do about this? And the other one saying, I don't know, man. You got us into this mess. Lee's like, me? There was 2 guys on when y'all came and got me. Can you come get me in a clean inning every once in a while? Rob Refsnyder is going to pinch hit. That's interesting. So Refsnyder, nothing else, we get Abreu out of the game. He is a good right-handed batter. The first pitch on the way, swing and a miss. They went with that changeup. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Double play gets you out of this, the 0-1. Right there at the knee, 0-2. But you'll take a strikeout or a can of corn in the infield, anything to get that out without letting the run go by. The Braves infield is back and to the left. They're playing for the double play, the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him! Smoke him if you got him, because he got him. 2 away. Slider down and in on the ankles. That was a nasty pitch. That's the best one he's thrown all night. Lord have mercy. Refsnyder's got to be going back to the dugout saying, that is not the same guy Devers just faced. This guy is totally different. That will bring Narvaez to the plate, and he has been a dangerous hitter against the Braves. So we're not out of the woods yet. Lefty-righty matchup. Narvaez, by the way, is 1 for 3. First pitch. Called for a low strike. We'll take it. It's 0-1. Carlos Narvaez scored after doubling to center in the 6th. The 0-1. Just misses the edge. 1-1. One count. Dylan Lee pumps a fastball on the outer edge. 2-1. Nowhere to put Narvaez, so you can't start nibbling now. I don't know what Smurf is doing calling these on the outer edge. I mean, you got to get some strikes here. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Good slider. That pitch has been nasty to right-handers. You might want to dial that up again. It looks like it's going to go about just over your knees, and as it approaches the plate, it takes a nosedive. He can throw that again, the 2-2. Swing right into left field. Going back, he'll get that rake and make the catch. Verdugo, right place, right time. We'll be back in a flash. Great job by Mr. Dylan Lee to get out of the jam. Get up and stretch, Braves country. It's in order.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. Me out to the ball game. Me out to the top. Find me something up and crack the jack. I don't care if I have to get back on the street.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way. Right there to Luke Williams for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. That tells you right there that there's no chance of Nick Allen doing anything to maybe pinch running tonight. Because if you were going to ever pinch hit right here and then have Allen go play defense, this would be it. The 0-1 chops it foul. It's 0-2. Guess in theory you could have Eli White play short, but he hasn't played it in the majors this season. They were messing around with it during spring, but he really is more of a traditional second baseman. The 0-2, down and away 1-2. Whitlock is still the batter, by the way. I think I failed to mention that. As we start the bottom of the 7th inning, Braves trail by 2. Infield back into the left. The 1-2. Down and away 2-2. If Luke can get aboard, he's got very good speed. 2-2 count. Swing, lifts it into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. It's going to rattle up around the wall. Luke Williams is going to cruise around first, heading to second. He's got a leadoff double. Well, how about that? We got a little clip for him now.
Kidding? Not about muscle. It's simple physics. Calculate the velocity v in relation to the trajectory t, in which g, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
Sliced it off the bat and stayed fair, and Luke Williams, he'll be sharing that with Nick Allen and any other light hitting batter that we have going forward. I just felt like it was time for those guys to have a clip. First pitch on the way to Acuna is outside wide. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Acuna 2 for 3, 2 singles, a run scored. The 1-0 in the dirt, ball 2-0. Ronald Acuna Jr. representing the tying run. We're here in the bottom of the 7th if you're just joining us, whether on radio or on one of the external apps. We're over here on YouTube, Braves Country Radio. In case you get out of the listening area, just jump on in. We're here for every Braves game. There's one or two that we may miss, but there is one coming up I'm not going to be able to do. If y'all remember the passing of my father-in-law earlier this year, we're having a remembrance for him a week from Sunday, and it doesn't look like I'm going to make it. I'm going to try, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get back in time. The 2-0 to Acuna, inside 3-0. 3-0 count. That's a late Sunday afternoon game. 4:05 in the it's not starting till like 1-2 o'clock, so there's no real way I can get here. I need to be home usually about 2 hours before the game starts to be able to fire it up. The 3-0 is below the knees but called for a strike. In fact, Acuna was walking down to first when he realized that it was good old-fashioned Clint Vondrick strike. It's a little closer than some of his other bad misses. The 3-1 to Acuna. Swing and a miss. Challenged him. He could not stand up to the challenge. A fastball right down the pipe. Full count. Might still have that last strike in his head. The payoff pitch. Swing, chops it over towards short. That's going to pin Luke Williams down to second. So he'll stay there, and it's an easy 6-3 put out. One away. One down, and that goes back to what we were talking about in the show today, the pregame show, is that the Braves just do not move runners over. They're not taught how to do it. It's not emphasized. Pulling a pitch there with the runner at second is not going to get the job done. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1, righty-lefty. Swung at a curveball right his ankles. It's 0-2. Mets did hold on to beat the Rockies 4-2. The 0-2 count. Down. Did that get him in the foot? Bounced off of something. Ozzy's walking towards first, and I think he's taking the base. He said, Vondrick, you're blind as a damn bat. That hit my foot. I'm going down there. So Ozzy's going to get on down to first. Vondrick finally realized what was going on. Realized that he did get hit by a pitch. It was right on the toe. That's why it kicked about 9 feet to the right. And so we got something going here, first and second. Just one out. Maybe Marcell Ozuna can get something here. Talk about a guy who's due. It seems like he's been sitting on 9 home runs since spring training. First pitch on the way. 97 off the plate. Called for a wide strike. Vondrick strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Out and away. 1-1. 1-1 count. Braves trail by 2, but the go-ahead run is standing at home plate. The 1-1. Swing. Fouls it back 1-2. Now you realize you got to expand that zone. With Vondrick behind home plate. He's been calling ticky-tack calls. Advantage Whitlock, because now he can try to get you to chase something soft off the plate. The 1-2. Swinging and a miss, strike 3. Got him. 2 away. Chased a bender down around his ankles. But that will bring Matt Olson to the plate. Now, will they let Whitlock face Olson? That's the question. Nope. The manager's going to manage. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail by 2. Olson's going to have to figure out how to hit a left-hander in a big spot here. We'll be back in just a moment.
All right, as you all know, we are headed into our busy season, so please let me know if you have any time off planned. I need to get that in as soon as possible.
I submitted a few days in February for a snowboard trip.
Kate, I saw that request come in. You should have received approval already.
All right, anything coming up for you, Brian?
Yeah, so I'm actually going on a backpacking trip through the Himalayas, so pretty excited. It's going to be like a few months.
Wait, did you just say a couple of months?
Yeah, well, it's actually technically 4, but unlimited PTO, right? I mean, per the employee handbook, so I figured, well, might as well use it.
Those requests have to come through HR.
Yeah, you can't just take a couple months off at a time. That's not how this works.
Well, now I'm stuck with a non-refundable Sherpa fee, so not sure how we want to proceed or if the company can cover this, but...
We're definitely not covering your Sherpa fee. I can tell you that right now.
Warren Spahn, in his career, had 363 wins, 356 with the Braves, 4 with the Mets, and 3 with the Giants. Batting, he had 363 hits, 356 with the Braves, 4 with the Mets, and 3 with the Giants. He had 4 playoff wins, and you guessed it, 4 playoff hits.
But for all Johnson's skill and speed, there was one hitter whom he could not seem to intimidate. A young Georgian playing for Detroit, who soon found a way to get hits off Johnson. Walter Johnson was a kindly man, the Georgian explained, and never really wanted to hurt anybody.
It was useless to try for more than a single off Johnson. You had to poke and try to meet the ball. If you swung, you were dead. After he told me he was afraid he might kill a hitter, I used to cheat. I'd crowd the plate till I was actually sticking my toes on it, knowing he'd be so timid that he'd pitch me wide. Then with 2 balls and no strikes, he'd ease one up to get one over. That's the Johnson pitch I hit. Ty Cobb.
Welcome back. Left-hander Bernardino is going to come up to face Olson. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way, down and in. It's 1-0. Standing on deck is Riley, so if he can't get Olson, you would have the right-hander up to 1-0. Outside wide, called for a wide strike. A Clint Vondrick strike. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Inside almost gets him in the hands. Bending slider, 2-1. Bernardino's got good numbers, but we got to him in Boston. Hoping for more of the same here. Braves trail by 2. We're here in the 7th inning, so still a ways to go. But you'd like to at least get one back here. The 2-1. Fastball. Just clipped the outer edge, 2-2. Olson hung his head like, are you kidding me? It was borderline at best. That one doesn't upset me as bad as some of the other strikes that Vondrick has done, including the first one of this at bat. 2-2 count. And with 2 strikes, he's got to know he's got to swing the bat. The 2-2. Down and away, 3-2. Good take there. That was well off the plate. Now the runners will be on the move, and you got good speed on the base paths. So anything that gets down into the gap would tie this ball game. Of course, one swing could also give us the lead. Ozzie at first, Luke at second, 2 outs, 2 on, a full count, but the game right now is at the plate. Bernardino readjusting his hat. Looking in to Narvaez. He sets up inside, now drifts to the outer mark. The payoff pitch. Swing. Fouls it back. Inside fastball. We'll do it again. It's a good pitch by Bernardino. Great job by Olson to fight that one off. Full count once again, and once again Riley stands on deck. The payoff pitch, swing, hit on the ground, hard over towards short. He's going to have time. A bad throw, and he's safe. He's safe, and the throw comes home, and the Braves score. The Braves score. We've got 3-2, and Ozzie goes all the way down to third. How about that? You like apples? How about them apples? The throw goes up the line. Luke Williams kept hustling around third, diving into home. The throw got away. They're checking to see if they want to challenge this. Right now it's a 3-2 ball game. The challenge would come whether or not the first baseman held the bag. It looked like, oh yeah, he's off the bag. That throw carried him off the bag. They may challenge it anyways just because it's such a big spot in the game. Looks like they may be challenging it, so we'll have to see what they say in New York. They are under the review. I just think that the way it's called, his foot has come off the bag by the time he backhands that ball. And unless there's a definitive spot that shows me different, he's off the bag. And considering you have the umpire staring right down the line there, and he's right there where he can see the foot, I don't see how there's any way in hell that you can overturn this. It should be, hopefully it will be, a 3-2 ball game. But the umpires are up there in New York in the replay booth, and you know there is some, we've always fought they're trying to show it on Apple like he's not on the bag. His foot has come off the bag. His toe has left the bag because you can tell by the crease of the shoe as he comes off the bag, he's laying out at that point. So it's whether or not that they uphold it like they should. If so, we're going to have runners on the corners, still 2 outs, and Riley at the plate. And the game would be 3-2. Here comes the call. He's calling him out, and that's a horse crap call. That is a terrible call. Terrible call by New York. You can't put this on the umpires in the game. This is on the New York review. 3-1, we go to the 8th. Terrible call. If you're going to do replay, get it right.
Dad, look, it's the good Kush.
This is the dollar store. How good can it be?
Just thought you guys should know that the Scottish have a word for laying around in bed after it's time to get up, and it's called herkle-durkling. I do be herkling and I do be durkling, and once I've herkled my last durkle in a given morning, I will get up, but I'm a big fan of a herkle-durkle, so you should be too.
There'd be a slight chance I might be pregnant.
Really? And why do you say that?
I've been craving weird things that I'm not
Normally craving?
Yeah.
And now you crave it.
Like water.
Well, some of it
I'm
could
craving
be
water. You ain't pregnant, you're thirsty. Don't drink you some water. It'll be alright.
The Oakland Athletics mascot is somewhat randomly an elephant, but there is a reason for that. In the early 1900s, New York Giants manager John McGraw told the Athletics owner that he had a white elephant on his hands. A white elephant is something that's not as valuable as the effort needed for it. Athletics manager Connie Mack heard this and decided to make an elephant the team's logo.
How do we opt out of TikTok shop videos? I don't want to see them anymore! I'm not going to shop on TikTok shop! I'm going to shop on Amazon! Stop showing me your videos!
How come your socks aren't the same color?
I don't know. How come your kids don't have the same last name?
The greatest ball player of all time? I picked the Detroit man, because he is, in my judgment, the most expert man of his profession, and is able to respond better than any other ball player to any demand made upon him. He plays ball with his whole anatomy, his head, his arms, his hands, his legs, his feet. I have never seen a man who had his heart more centered in the sport than Cobb has when he's playing. I believe Cobb would continue to play ball if he were charged something for the privilege, and if the only spectator were the groundskeeper, Charles Comiskey.
Pierce Johnson will come on here in the 8th inning. Braves just got a terrible call that should have made it a one-run game with runners on the corners. You know, we've had to endure Clinton Vondrick behind home plate all game long. This umpire crew finally gets a call right, and then New York replay drops the ball in a big way. First pitch on the way. Right there, that's a Vondrick ball. It's 1-0. Pitch was right there in the corner. It was dropped by Murphy, so I guess he lost concentration. The 1-0, Bender down and in, 2-0. 2-0 count. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. 2-1. Boston 3, Atlanta 1, top of the 8th inning. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, chops it over to first. Olsen has it. He'll flip it to Pierce. Pierce steps on the bag. 1 down. Looking at the out-of-town scoreboard real quick. Blue Jays all over the Athletics 11-5 there in the 8th. Angels 4-0 over the Guardians in the 9th. Giants 2-0 over the Marlins in the 9th. First pitch on the way is a curveball. Right there to Abraham Toro. It's 0-1. Cardinals and Rangers. Texas leads St. Louis 5-0 in the 6th. Tigers and Royals. It's 5-3 Detroit in the 5th. The 0-1 swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Rays 1-0 over the Astros in the 8th inning. Pirates, Padres scoreless in the 1st. Nationals, Diamondbacks scoreless in the 1st. The 0-2. Caught looking strike 3, 95 on the inner track. Backwards K, 2 away. Earlier today, the Reds beat the Cubs in Chicago, 6-2. Orioles, 2-1 winners over the White Sox in Baltimore. Brewers took care of the Phillies 6-2. And the Mets beat the Rockies 4-2. to move within a half a game of Philly. First pitch on the way to Trevor Story. Right there for an inside strike. It's 0-1. Story, the 2-run home run, really the difference in this ball game. The 0-1 misses outside, 1-1. Doesn't get a ton better in this weekend. The best home plate umpire they have on this crew is not calling the game this weekend. Phil Cousy is tomorrow and Tony Randazzo is Sunday. The 1-1 misses outside, 2-1. We've seen this crew several times this year, and I don't understand why we keep getting him, but Dan Bellino has been the best one. He's the third base umpire tonight, which means unless there's some kind of an issue, he's not scheduled to call a game in this series. The 2-1's foul back down the first base line. Olsen gives chase, but it'll bang into the seats. Foul, 2-2. Two count, 2 outs. Braves trail by 2. Still have the 8th inning and the 9th inning to get some runs on the board. Austin Riley will be leading us off in the 8th. Depending on who they send out there, it'll be Riley and then Doogie or Riley and then White. The 2-2. Caught looking, strike 3, another P at the knees, and that'll end the inning. 1, 2, 3, we go to the bottom of 8, trailing by 2.
Drink a whole lot of whiskey, chase a lot of women, and become a legend and die.
Hard work does not guarantee success. It doesn't, and it never will. But it absolutely will put you in the best position to be able to achieve it. I think that's one thing that we've seen throughout the course of this season. We got some remarkable men that are sitting here in front of me. And the work you put in, the decision that you made, just to say yes. Because you know what? It's really easy when things don't go well, right? And you hurt, right? And you're angry, and you're sad. The easiest thing to do is to pull back and stop. That's what the world wants you to do. You deserve better than that. So I apologize to you. If you guys are playing your last game, you had a season that will be remembered forever. And I respect the hell out of who you are for being in here today, for stepping on that field and going and giving everything. You have my respect.
Be nice to him when he gets here.
I will.
Just because he doesn't like football.
He doesn't like football?
I've told you this already.
He doesn't like it at all?
No.
What does he do over a weekend?
Well, we do things. Like read books and go for walks and spend time together.
I don't think you should be seeing this guy.
Why not?
I don't trust him.
The world doesn't revolve around football, Dad.
It does. I still don't understand what he does over a weekend.
Well, this weekend we're going shopping.
No.
Baseball is a red-blooded sport for red-blooded men. It's no pink tea, and mollycoddles had better stay out. It's a struggle for supremacy, a survival of the fittest.
Ty Cobb liked sentimentality in his opponents because he had none himself. Baseball, he said, is something like a war.
Ty Cobb is one of the great natural forces of baseball. Testament to how far you can get simply through will. I don't think Ty Cobb had tremendous natural ability. I don't think he would be a great athlete today. But his intensity, his drive was unparalleled. Cobb was pursued by demons, and he took out all of his aggressions on the playing field. Everyone was his enemy.
Welcome back. Apple's over there bragging on the arm strength that it took to what, make the wrong call at first. What are they showing? God, they're terrible. Thankfully, we don't have to do these too many times. Greg Weisert, the 2.96 ERA, the right-hander will start this inning off. So I'd say Doogie stays in. First pitch on the way is a strike at the knees on the inner cut. It's 0-1. So assuming no pinch hitting, you got Riley, Rake, and Smurf, but you could end up putting Baldwin in there. The 0-1 swung on, pops it up. High into left field, easy F7. One down. That's not how you get things going. Quickly, one out. He swung at one up around his eyelids, popped it up into left field. Doogie comes to the plate. You wonder if they may wait to have Baldwin for when Luke Williams comes up. First pitch on the way. It's right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The only question is, can you do that? Because who goes play short? The 0-1. Righty-lefty. Pitch on the way. Down and in. 1-1. Once again, in theory, you could put Eli White over there. If the game is on the line, I don't mind rolling the dice. You might as well. Because Luke Williams ain't going to get it done unless he gets another seeing eye single. The 1-1 swing, chops it over to second. This ain't going to get it done. 2 up, 2 down. 2 up, 2 down, and that should bring up Sean Murphy. It would leave the pinch hit bat of Baldwin until the 9th, or if it is needed big time in this inning. It will be Sean Murphy coming to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way to Smurf is inside, 1-0. You know, all these games that you see on the Apple and on ESPN and on Fox, you always notice they run a little longer. Pitch right there at the knees, 1-1. And I noticed yesterday's the MLB Network game, they do it too. They have longer breaks, but they'll be the ones that's sitting up there chirping about how they got to speed the pace of play up. When we get these games on the normal, what is it, FanDuel now, is the 1-1 swing, chops it foul, 1-2. They run pretty quickly. But in a game that's only got a 3-1 score in the 8th, you would think you'd be a little farther along in the game since it's already 10 o'clock. Almost 3 hours. The 1-2. Rips it down the third base line. Diving stab. Good play by Meyer. Impressive play. He goes tumbling towards the dugout, but he held on to the ball, and that'll end the inning. Hard hit ball by Murphy. If that stays fair, it's extra bases. We'll go to the 9th, trailing by 2.
Well, you know I love my family. It's just sometimes I want to get in the car and run them all over.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. You might know MC Hammer as the rapper who made You Can't Touch This. As a teenager, he was a bat boy for the Oakland Athletics, and Reggie Jackson gave him the nickname Hammer. Jackson thought MC Hammer looked like Hank Aaron, whose nickname was Hammer and Hank. The Yankees currently have a no beards policy, but the Cincinnati Reds actually had a similar policy for around 30 years. In the late 1960s, general manager Bob Howsam enforced a no facial hair policy in order to give the Reds a presentable look. But the policy ended in 1999 when the Reds traded for Greg Vaughn.
It's the 21st century, and there are just so many fun and exciting ways to lose your money. So many ways to make your life even more interesting with crippling financial burdens. Why not one more way? New in Canada, it's Solitaire, MMORPG. Play with yourself, online. See other people playing with themselves, online. Poverty Poker Online, now offering Solitaire. A new way to lose all your money, even your home, from the comfort of your own home.
He was born on a Georgia farm in 1886 and named Tyrus after the ancient city of Tyre that stubbornly refused to surrender to Alexander the Great. His father was distant, demanding, and nothing young Tyrus could do ever seemed to satisfy him. The tense, skinny boy took out his anger on the diamond. He left home at 17 to play in the minors in Alabama and Tennessee. His father warned him, "Don't come home a failure." That admonition, Cobb recalled, put more determination in me than he ever knew. My overwhelming need was to prove myself as a man.
Braves trail this 1 by 2. You want the silver lining, though we do face Garrett Crochet on Sunday. The Red Sox have not given him good run support. So we might be struggling to score on Sunday against Crochet, but it doesn't matter who they've gone up against. They have not given him good run support. It's a crazy thing, this game. First pitch on the way was down and away. Pierce Johnson back out there for another inning. It's 1-0. Righty left matchup. Christian Campbell, the batter. Rafaela on deck. 1-0. Teardrop curveball at the knees. 1-1. One count. Raise the red glove. Pitch down and away. Guess he held up 2-1. They didn't check down the first base side. And I figure if you got Phil Cousy down there, it's always worth a point. He may not even be paying attention. He'll go, Dirac! The 2-1. Whoa, way high. Ball 3, 3-1. Doesn't look like there's much movement in the Braves bullpen right now, so this is Pierce's inning, win, lose, or draw. 3-1 pitch, right there at the knees, just below the knees, full count. Yeah, Raymond, it's far from over. I think fans overreact because there was high expectations, but it's far from over. Not just this game, but this season. The payoff pitch, swing, rips it off of the glove of Riley. Luke gets the carom, but it's going to be a leadoff single. That ball was smoked. Took a funny hop, kind of a short hop to Riley. It'll go off his glove. I don't think they'll give him an error, but you could. They did give him an error. That's 7 errors for Riley on the season. Every time he makes a great play, everybody wants to give him the gold glove, but he's not winning it this year. Not with 7 errors already. Pierce Johnson comes set, turns around and flips it over to first as the pinch runner comes on. Christian Campbell will make way for Hamilton, who I've yet to see him come on and not attempt a stolen base. He has 43 stolen bases since 2024, 7th in baseball, but he doesn't play every day. First pitch on the way is right there at the knees. It's 0-1 to Rafael, the number 9 hitter. Huge hole on the right side of the infield holding on the runner. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, it's 0-2. You got the top of the order due up. One on, nobody out. The 0-2. They're going to flip it over there real quick to keep Hamilton close by. He goes diving into the bag. Oh-2 count. Brings it. Swing, just got a piece of it. Dribbles it foul down the third base line towards the dugout. Standing on deck is Duran. In the hole is Devers. And then you would have Ref Snyder if anybody moved the line along. The 0-2. Did he go around? Curveball in the dirt. Guess he held up 1-2. You would expect that it'll be Drake Baldwin behind the plate tomorrow and then Smurf on Sunday with the left-hander of Crochet. 1-2, runner goes. Fastball swung on, lifted into center field, right field, excuse me. That's going to get down for a base hit. Hamilton easily cruises over to third, and they've got runners on the corners. Nobody out. Kind of a fisted seeing eye single that got over the infield defense. Got just enough of it to get it into the outfield. Hamilton easily cruised over there to third. It looks like let's see what happens here. Snicker's coming out to bring Dylan Dodd out of the bullpen. He was pointing at second base to see if maybe he missed the base. I don't think they called it. We'll clean this up when we come back. Dylan Dodd's coming in to eat an inning when we return.
They say when you can't sleep at night, it's because you're awake in someone else's dreams. When I find out who you are, I'm going to punch you in the face.
While warming up for a game in 1983, Yankees player Dave Winfield accidentally hit a bird with a ball. After the game, he was actually taken to a local police station and charged with animal cruelty. Fortunately for Winfield, charges were quickly dropped. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
Like anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coat. And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted. Eye contact. Scented candles. Power balance. And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers. Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Sale to a major league team seemed only weeks away, a sure sign of the success with which he hoped to win his father's favor. Then Cobb got a telegram. His father was dead, shotgunned. Cobb's own mother had shot him. Her husband thought she was having an affair, and when he tried to slip into her bedroom window at night to trap her with her lover, she shot him twice. Later, she said, she had mistaken him for a prowler. My father had his head blown off when I was 18 years old by a member of my own family, Cobb told a writer when he was an old man. I didn't get over that. I've never gotten over it. 3 weeks after his father was killed, on August 30th, 1905, Ty Cobb played his first game for the Detroit Tigers.
Welcome back. The replay clearly showed he missed the base. They didn't give him the call. It's another sad affair by this umpiring crew. Dylan Dodd comes in, first pitch right there for a strike, lefty-lefty matchup. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Duran. Swing and a miss, it's 0-2. You could tell because he was stumbling and looking back because of the ball that was in play into right field, and Hamilton missed the base. And I believe that they challenged it by throwing it to the base. I never saw it, but I know I saw Snicker telling him to do it. The 0-2 swung on, chopped over to first. Olsen comes home. Murph goes to get the ball to fire at third. It pops out of his hand. So it's going to be basically a fielder's choice there. The bases are loaded, nobody out. There's one thing after another tonight. I don't know if he gets them. It's going to be extremely close if he does. Olsen fired a strike right there to home plate, and Murph fumbling and bumbling the ball out of his glove. By the time he got the ball, everybody was safe. So bases loaded. Rafael Devers, I mean, can't get any worse for Dylan Dodd. First pitch on the way is a bender off the plate. It's 1-0. See how they actually... Yeah, that's what they gave us, a fielder's choice. 1-0. Right there at the knees. 1-1. One count. Lefty-lefty matchup. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Bases juice. Pitch. Swung on, foul back. 1-2. So with Dylan Dodd being used here, you may see a move tomorrow. We talked about this, but that could be, if they were intending to send Dodd down and they said we're going to use him regardless, pitch up the middle, is smoked up the middle, that's going to score a run. It's 4-1, and here comes the throw to third. They got him. Runner from first, drilled to second, but it is 5-1. It's 2 runs scored, and the Red Sox have broken this open. Duran gunned down at third. Good throw by Harris. He had no chance of getting the runner from second to going home, so he threw out Duran trying to go first to third. But we do trail by 4, so really, if you're a Red Sox, you're easily taking that trade off. Lefty-righty matchup. Ref Snyder bangs it on the ground. Luke Williams has it, fires it to first. And it's a 6-3 put out, 2 away. Devers is standing down at second. He went down there when the throw went to third. 2 down. Narvaez due up. Narvaez 1 for 4 on the day with the run scored. First pitch on the way. Fastball right there on the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down and in. 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way. Inside. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss down around his ankles. 2-2. The 9th inning will have Harris. Luke Williams' spot is due, which they'll pinch hit for him, and then Ron Acuna Jr. If they get anything going, the heart of the lineup. The 2-2. Swing, chops it over to short. Luke's got it. Fires across the diamond. Good throw. That'll end the inning. But not before the Braves coughed up a couple of runs. We trail 5-1. See if we can put a scare into these Red Sox here in the 9th.
Super marriage tip. If your wife is laying down on the couch, just ask her, do you plan on doing anything today? This will subconsciously remind your wife that she has chores around the house that needs done, and she needs to get up and do her chores.
Find everything you need today?
Yeah.
Great, okay.
Oh, God. No.
Everything okay, ma'am?
It's just that you've only scanned a few items and it's already $60. I'm so scared.
Okay, I'm a trained professional, ma'am. I've scanned a lot of groceries. I need you to stay with me.
It's just that my in-laws are in town and they want a charcuterie board.
Well, this isn't gonna be easy, so I need you to be brave, all right? I need you to take a deep breath. We're about to do the cheese.
Oh, my God.
Don't look up there. It only makes it worse. Keep your eyes on me, okay?
Can't you just scan something less expensive?
Brace yourself. I'm about to do the mixed nuts.
Oh, my God. I'm going to pass out.
Get ready. I'm gonna do the cured meats.
No, stop. I can't do
too late. There's a line behind you, okay? You're locked in.
I'm not strong enough.
I know it looks like a lot right now, but I promise you, you're going to get home and you're going to wonder, what did I even buy? Get ready. I'm going to weigh the grapes.
Oh, what have you done to me, you son of a...
Armchair.
Crazy stats. On June 25th, 1976, in a doubleheader against the White Sox, Toby Harrah became the only shortstop ever to play every single inning of a doubleheader and not get a single ball hit to him.
Cobb's ferocity drove his team to the pennant in 1907 and himself to the batting championship of the American League. At 20 years and 10 months, Ty Cobb was the youngest man ever to win a big league batting title. He would win 7 more in a row, 12 in 13 years. He was, one writer said, a cyclone, a tornado, a typhoon, all rolled into one.
Welcome back. So, bottom of the 9th we go, trailing by 4, Aroldis Chapman, the closer for the Red Sox, coming on. See if we can at least make him throw some pitches. First pitch on the way to Harris is inside. Almost got him in the arm. He should have stuck that arm guard there and just doinked it. That was his changeup. It's 1-0. 1-0. They set up outside wide. Up top for a strike, 1-1. You can make him work a little bit. Could affect the rest of the series. And a closer coming in with a 4-run lead. Funnier things have happened. 1-1. Rips and grips. Blows it right by Harris. 98-mile-an-hour fastball up top, 1-2. I mean, honestly, you probably should be pinch hitting for Harris. I know they don't want to hear that. That's probably the pinch hit you should have pulled. 1-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swing, chops it down the first base side. We'll do it again, 1-2. Harris has a tough time with lefties, and Chapman's one of the better ones. But maybe he'll get into one or get a broken bat or hit by pitch some way to get on. 1-2. Nope. He chased one about a mile out of the zone into the right-hand batter's box. One away. 1 down. Man, that was bad. That was bad. Good Lord. Come on, Michael. Get it together. Eli White will bat for Luke Williams. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way to Eli. He's up top. Misses high. It's 1-0. 1-0. Braves still have Drake Baldwin on the bench, but with the left-hander, tough left-hander, it's kind of hard to go to him. Pitch on the way. Swing. Rifles it back foul. 1-1. 1-1 count. Jose Azocar is also a right-handed bat on the bench, the 1-1. Got the very top of the zone, maybe 1-2. He's not necessarily a guy that's being brought in for his stick. He's more of a guy for a pinch running. The 1-2. Outside wide, 2-2. He took the place of Stuart Fairchild, who separated his finger. The 2-2 count. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And Chapman cruising along here. Now we'll go to the top of the order. See if Ronald Acuna Jr. can do anything. Trailing by 4. And just swing for the downs. See if you can get one. First pitch on the way. Slider right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. Same two teams tomorrow. 4:10 first pitch will be right here for you. The 0-1 outside wide, 1-1. Now that he has pitched in this game, he will have pitched in 3 of the last 4 days. So he may not be available tomorrow. In fact, I wouldn't think he would be. 1-1's in the dirt, 2-1. So that's an advantage there. And a lot of times when a guy pitches 3 out of 4 games, he's not available for a couple of days. So we may not see him the rest of the series. But I definitely would think he's not available tomorrow. The 2-1 count. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn. Who wants it? This should end it. Meyer, third baseman, rookie, makes the catch, and that'll end the game. Braves lose 5-1. There's nothing to say about this, but the offense had plenty of opportunities at the beginning of the game to get runs, and they did not do it. They played with their food, and with runners in scoring position in the first inning and the second inning, they come away with just 1 run. They did get the bum call from New York, and honestly, that could have changed the game. But nonetheless, we lose it 5-1. Back to the drawing board tomorrow. These 1-game winning streaks really are not as fun as the ones that last much longer. Tomorrow, supposed to be Schwellenbach, but we'll see if the Braves make a move. Schwellenbach versus Buehler, 4:10 first pitch. We'll come on the air about 3:30 and get you ready for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play with your Atlanta Braves. Get some rest, y'all. That was a tough one. Ugh. One thing's for sure, Vondrick won't be behind the plate tomorrow. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner As he stepped into his place, there was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.